You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Time once again. Yes, it is. Settle in as we roll into a Wednesday. Yep, looking at the final day of March 31 for 2021. So smack dab in the middle of another week. Hope your week's going well as we count down toward Easter weekend coming up here. Yeah, Good Friday, followed by Easter Sunday. And we've been talking the last couple of nights where it's almost like Mother Nature's going to throw us an April Fool's joke, as we've got a cold front sweeping through the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes region tonight. Had a very pleasant day on Tuesday. Sun was out most of the day. Clouds started rolling in the late evening, and yeah, we've had some showers push through our area. Mostly, yeah, we had some windy conditions, and that's the leading edge of that front coming through. So you've got some scattered shower activity stretching all the way up into southern Canada, from Sunbury down to Michigan. Most of it's lighter rain. You got some spotty showers. It looks like the rains have all cleared Wisconsin, crossing over the lake, and now moving into western and central Michigan. You got a few heavier pockets of showers down through north central and central Ohio. Really, it's widely scattered light rain through parts of Indiana. You'll see a few scattered showers pushing through Indianapolis overnight. Again, in our area, southwest Ohio, northern Kentucky, it's been some light rain pushing through. You get down toward, say, Louisville, and even over crossing I-75. between Cincinnati and Lexington. You pick up some heavier rains in the mix there. Now, from Louisville down southwestern into western Kentucky, you've really got some torrential rains falling there. On down into western Tennessee, the concern in recent days has been Nashville after the incredible flooding over the weekend. And some of those heavy rains will begin to push into the Nashville area during the overnight hours. Some of those heavy rains have already now pushed through the Memphis area. It's central Mississippi, northern Mississippi, where you'll encounter some pretty heavy downpours, some torrential rains and rumbles of thunder with some of those cells in that area. I guess the good news at the moment is we're not seeing any severe thunderstorm watches or anything of that nature. They've been telling us a couple of days you can't rule out any individual thunderstorm cell in that region getting rather feisty, maybe reaching severe weather limits. But for the most part, what we're seeing right now is just concerns of flooding. Flood watches in place for northeastern Mississippi, all of northern Alabama, northern Georgia, a good portion of Tennessee. From areas, you actually have some flash flood warnings in the Memphis area with those heavy rains that have pushed through in recent hours. There's a big blob of purple colors stretching through southern Missouri, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, nearly the entire state of Kentucky, southern Ohio. And what those are freeze warnings. Yeah, after a very pleasant day on Tuesday, that front bringing some of those showers pushing through the area right now. Temperatures are going to go down, 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 and overnight, Wednesday night into Thursday, and again Thursday night into Friday, we've got freeze warnings in place. So I hope you got a chance to get out and enjoy some of that sunshine, soak up that warmth on Tuesday, because this blast of cold air is going to slash temperatures big time. We're talking as much as 30 to 50 degrees cooler in much of the Northeast. It's coming your way in the Northeast there for April Fool's Day, April 1. Winter-like weather, it's no joke. Snow is forecast to fall and accumulate in part of the region as that cold air. The cold winds add to the winter-like feel for the second half of the week. Early April, as we get into Thursday and Friday, it's actually going to feel more like mid-February, especially Thursday into Friday. Yeah, Tuesday was the pick day of the week if you wanted to get out and enjoy some sunshine, some warmer temperatures. Following that beautiful day Tuesday, sunshine, a balmy breeze, saw temperatures in the 60s and 70s. Here comes a cold front, setting in motion a change to colder weather from west to east. It's a roller coaster ride in the Northeast. Yeah, you could actually call it, they use that term, weather whiplash. It's going to go from feeling like spring to feeling like winter once again. So first you got the rain associated with the cold front. And that's going to initiate the temperature change today from the Appalachians on west. For many areas from West Virginia and the central parts of Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York, temperatures not likely to be any higher than the 50s, and probably actually, rather than warming up, going to be continuing to fall downward during the daylight hours. Further to the east Wednesday, it's going to be another mild day, highs in the 60s along much of the I-95 corridor. But that colder air is coming your way for the East Coast as well. Temperature drop across the Appalachians and areas further west becomes more dramatic today, Wednesday night into Thursday morning especially, as a storm moves northeastward along that shifting cold front. Yeah, the storm will draw in colder air and allow rain to become mixed with and change to snow in many locations from the Appalachians on west to parts of the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes Wednesday night and Thursday. Looks like Buffalo, New York, Pittsburgh, Charleston, West Virginia, some of the cities that expect at least a small amount of accumulating snow Wednesday night. All right, so enough snow to shovel and plow is possible in cities such as Rochester, Syracuse, Binghamton, New York. You've got Bradford and Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, Montpelier, Vermont, And get a load of some of these numbers. AccuWeather says we could see some storm totals of a foot, maybe even up to max 15 inches on parts of southeastern Quebec. Close to a foot of snow across the ridges along the northern tier of Pennsylvania, the southern tier of New York, and the Adirondack Mountains of northeastern New York State. Generally, we expect much less snow on roads versus the grassy areas and on the roofs, your cars. Forecasters warn there could be some dicey conditions on some stretches of roadway. In areas where the sun warms the road surfaces, it's likely just to be wet, but bridges and elevated surfaces are going to cool down much more quickly. Could see some slushy spots. That can make driving especially tricky on those highways. You're going to need to remain vigilant while traveling through the central and northern Appalachians. No significant snow expected to fall along the I-95 corridor of the Northeast. It's more or less just a soaking rain from Wednesday night into the first part of Thursday. You may see a few snowflakes fall in the northern and western suburbs of Philadelphia and New York City toward the tail end of the storm. Now, you'll be looking at some locally heavy snow squalls from the eastern Great Lakes to the central Appalachians. Those squalls could usher in a quick burst of snow, or in some cases, some soft hail. Wintry precip could be intense enough to quickly, quote, coat the roads and lead to a sudden drop in visibility. That could be more problematic for motorists who are traveling at highway speed. As we know, those squalls have contributed to multiple vehicle pileups in the past. Stretches of I-76, I-80, and 81. By Friday morning, the colder air has a firm grip on the region. Temperatures expected to range from the middle teens in northern New York State to the middle 30s in southeastern Virginia, maybe the mid-40s in coastal areas of New England. Temperatures may not get any higher than the 20s or lower 30s over the ridges in New York State, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia Friday afternoon. Actual highs Friday forecast to be in the low 40s in New York City and Pittsburgh. Mid-40s for Philadelphia and Boston, maybe the upper 40s there in Washington, D.C. And it won't just be the temperatures that make it feel wintry. According to, again, AccuWeather, winds are going to accompany this blast of cold air. Even though the wind may not be strong enough to lead to property damage and power outages, but where you do get the wet snow clinging to trees over the higher elevations, could be talking about sagging branches under the weight of that snow. Sporadic power line damage could occur. But the main role of the wind's going to play is it's going to make it feel so much colder, as much as 20 degrees colder in some areas. So temperatures forecast, wind chill, what it really feels like, will be in the single digits, teens, and 20s Friday morning. The sun may even struggle to make it feel any warmer during the afternoon. Even though a few places may get close to record temperatures for April 2nd and 3rd, a wind or breeze may prevent widespread records from being set. All right, still daily record lows may be set in some locations Friday morning. How about the record of 19 degrees set in 2019, Bradford, PA? You may challenge that. The 19-degree record has stood since 1954 in Beckley, West Virginia. Weather patterns not going to ease up too quickly over the Easter weekend. Rather, an atmospheric traffic jam is going to develop from the central Atlantic through the central USA, and that's going to keep temperatures in the eastern portions of the country chilly at night, milder during the day, East Saturday and Easter Sunday. You know, if you have outdoor services planned on Sunday, temperatures are forecast to range from the mid-20s in northern Maine to just maybe the mid-40s in eastern Virginia. Yeah, most places in the east can expect light winds each day for the Easter weekend, especially compared to Thursday and Friday. And where the sun does come out, it may feel a bit more comfortable for a few hours during the afternoon. Get out in the sunshine. A gradual daily warming trend is predicted to take place into early next week. So again, highs Easter Sunday, forecast to range from the mid-40s In northern Maine, lower 70s in southeastern Virginia. That'll be a bit better. But think back. It won't be a far cry from last Easter in the east when temperatures reached just 60 degrees in Boston, 69 in Philadelphia, as temperatures were well above normal. Meanwhile, we had an unusual late-season snowfall that had some folks in places like the Twin Cities wishing each other a Merry Easter on April the 12th of last year. I do recall that. Wasn't Merry Christmas, it was Merry Easter. All right, then, of course, we mentioned the Nashville metro area. Forecasters monitoring this new round of downpours that's going to move in to Music City and surrounding areas in the south. Moisture's got nowhere to go. The ground is totally saturated. As we've been talking for several days, the streams, the rivers are and throughout the region are all running high or even in some cases at flood levels. Memphis, Tennessee, Tupelo, Mississippi, Birmingham, Alabama, all well above average rainfall here for the month of March. The moisture has begun that surge out of the Gulf of Mexico. And it's running into that colder air, that cold front that's dropping through the region, especially overnight tonight into Wednesday. Showers and thunderstorms are going to congregate along the Gulf Coast and expand northward. Arkansas, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky all come into play, which that's underway as we progress through the overnight hours. Again, you're raining from Louisville down to moving into Nashville, just to the east of Memphis at this hour. So this rainfall, and it's going to be heavy in some areas, may result in a new round of flooding problems. So we'll keep an eye on things as we make our way through the overnight hours into a Wednesday morning. But again, keep in mind the flood watches are in place pretty much all of Tennessee, western portions of Virginia, northern Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi, where you're going to see some of the heaviest rains overnight tonight and on into and through the day there Wednesday. Rolling up on 15 past the hour. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. First of all, let's jump up and see who's on the line here as we get things started. First out of the box. Well, let's see.
It's not Fred, Steve.
It's not Fred. It says this is not Brad.
This is not Fred. This red meal 2 nights in a row.
Yep. Okay, I need to memorize your phone number so I can know who it is.
Well, I thought you'd recognize 801 area code. So, hey, Steve, now just going on what you said, if a group of cows is called a herd and a group of geese is called a gaggle, from what you just said, is a group of thunderstorms, is that called a congregation?
It sounds, yeah, they're going to congregate.
Yeah, it'd be a congregation, wouldn't it?
That's.
Oh, hey, Steve, so speaking of the weather, now I was out walking my daughter's butts and stopped in at the neighbor's house down the road. Now, this guy, Steve, I think he's one of those that fit the definition of the greatest generation, 82 years old, served 2 tours in Korea, and got a wife that's got dementia, and when the weather's good, he's usually out pushing her around the neighborhood in her wheelchair. Just one of those kind of people you really like to visit with and get to know. He's sitting outside in his pajamas about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and so I stopped to visit with him and told him, I said, I haven't seen you for a couple of days. He said, I got that second Moderna shot. He said, it just kind of killed me. And I guess he'd had to go in to get oxygen and everything, so it constipated him for 3 days and had to have an enema and all that other stuff. And Steve, but I just, I hate to go against science or whatever they want to call it, but I don't think I want to get one of them shots, do you?
I've been hesitant from the get-go, Red Mule, and I still am hesitant, yep.
Yeah, my wife and daughter's going to go ahead and get them tomorrow, but I'm not going to join them. I just hesitant on that. Hey, Steve, changing the subject. If I was to start a club and call it, I wouldn't own another damn Peterbilt if you give it to me. You think I'd give very many people to join that club?
I'm not sure.
Well, I don't think I'll start it, but if you hear somebody starts one that says that names that I wouldn't own another damn Peterbilt if you give it to me, let me know, because I want to join that club. And I ain't going to bore you the details on that. So. Hey, Steve, speaking of trucking.
Just one problem after another. Is that what it's been? You've had your fair share of issues, right?
Well, I have, Steve, and I got to say this. This new Cummins engine, there was definitely something wrong with that old engine. I spent a lot of money on that thing and took it into a couple different Cummins dealerships, and they never could get it right. And this new used engine I put in here is doing a whole lot better than anyhow. So it's a damn Peterbilt.
Okay.
Steve, you know I don't very often disagree with what Horsefeather said, but I got it. Maybe I misunderstood what he said last night. Now, then you was talking about that and talking about the thing about the regeneration deal, and Horsefeather's called in and said that if I understood him, that the computer wouldn't let you run an engine, one of these new engines, and he knows a lot more about computers than I do, but I'm going to disagree with that. I run into a guy down in New Mexico about 3 years ago that was in a truck stop there, and they were bringing in a low boy to haul his truck off, and being nosy, well, he's a couple slots over from me, so we're just talking, and I said, well, what's happening? He said, I guess I burned my engine out with it. What do you mean? And he said, well, he said it was hot. And I said, well, you didn't pull over? And he said, no. He said, I think the computer would shut it down if there's a real problem. And he said, finally burned it up. And he said, they had to tow me in here, and the mechanics had been out there and put a wrench on it, couldn't turn it over, and they'd give the trailer to somebody else and bringing in a low boy to tow it back to Dallas. And I kind of expect that hand is looking for a new job, but I don't put a whole lot of stock in a computer taking care of my truck engine. But,
Wow.
Steve, I find go ahead.
No, I was just saying, wow, I know with the whole regen thing, this device I was talking about supposed to, it kind of throttles your engine back to like 50%, and eventually it goes down to James was telling me it gets to where you can't go more than like 5 miles per hour. That's not a safe thing. That essentially shuts you down.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's what he was thinking I was going to do, and I guess you run out of water burning up or whatever. But I find on mine that if I don't let it regen anytime it wants to, because if you're out here somewhere where you're going on hills and then start regenning on the uphill, and then it'll kick out on the downhill and kick in again on the next uphill, I find my truck doesn't run there as good. Now, like today when I pulled Baker Hill or coming out of California, my pyro's sitting at 900 degrees there for about 20, 25 minutes getting up there, and then I kick it out of regen. And then when I get up there and park tonight, I'll kick it into manual regen, and then this thing will run like a turpentine cat. And so I wonder if that might be part of the problem. But, everything's different, so, it's up to somebody else, whatever they do. So,
right.
Hey, Steve, going on to a couple of things you brought up last night. This bill about Al should be in the highest paid government servant. Who does he, let me rephrase that. Who's he supposed to answer to? Is that supposed to be Congress, or is that supposed to be executive branch, or who on earth let him get that high? I don't understand that.
The infectious disease center, whatever it is, I don't know who he answers to, honestly.
Well, is that part of Department of Health and Human Services, or I thought, like, don't they have different grades in there, like G11 and G13 and whatever? I thought there was a top grade in there that you couldn't go any higher. Is that not the case?
I'm trying to do a quick search. I mean, who is Fauci's boss? You know, that's the question, right?
Yeah, no, who let him get that far out of hand? I just, like I say, I thought there's my sister used to work for them, and I think she was a G6 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think G13 was the highest you could go. And I thought they was capped off on their salary there, but 400, what did you say, 17 or 19,000?
417,000. Yep.
Because I don't understand that. Hey, Steve, while you're doing research on another subject here, whatever happened to that E-Verify thing where people had to verify that they were a American citizen before they could get a job?
It is still in existence. It's still up and running. Congress never made it mandatory for employers to use it. And my understanding is an overwhelming majority of corporate, employers don't use it.
So that's another thing we get to thank Paul Ryan and John Boehner for when they had the power to do it, right?
Yep.
Oh. Hey, Steve, changing the subject. I got two more things here. Going back, I asked you about your swimming pool area the other day. My daughter's wanting to put hers in, sink it down about 18 inches or so, foot or 18 inches, or whatever. Is that a good idea?
I think it would be, yeah, because you're going to have more support around the base. Yeah, I mean, the problem with above ground pools normally is they start to rust around the bottom rim or whatever, and that's where they tend to blow out there.
Okay. Now, when you put yours in, you put a layer of sand there below the liner. Is that how that goes?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. One more question here, Steve. Hopefully I'm going to be off tomorrow for a while, but never know, broker might call, make me another offer I can't refuse. So I'm probably going to miss your April Fool's Day show. I know you normally like to play some Webb Pierce music on April Fool's Day. Could you play a little bit tonight so I don't miss out?
Where's my dynamite? Have a good weekend. I'm sorry, it's only Wednesday. I'm sorry. I'll say have a good weekend. It's Wednesday, hump day. All right, look at it, 25 past the hour. See, that's what I did, a Google search. Who is Fauci's boss? And I guess it's the director of the National Institutes of Health. Guy by the name of Francis Collins. Francis Collins, director of the National Institutes of Health, defending the beleaguered disease researcher Anthony Fauci, calling the prospect of firing or demoting him unimaginable. Now, this is a story we're going back to, what was this, like July of last year. Fauci was taking all kind of fire for his flip-flopping. Oh, we don't wear a mask. Yeah, we do wear a mask. You don't do this. Oh, you don't do that. Oh, wait a minute. Let's change the story. Change the narrative. That millions of Americans were saying, telling President Trump, boot his ass out the door. Fauci, get him out of here. Says Collins, who is nominally Fauci's boss, implied that he would not follow orders to dismiss him should they come. Rather, he touted Fauci's decades-long scientific acumen as a national asset, one that's especially critical amid a pandemic that at which point had claimed 138,000 American lives. So that would be the guy, one Francis Collins, unless that position has changed since July of 2020. All right, looking at 27 past the hour here. I want to jump on board. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Let me see, I got an email here a few minutes ago. It says, breaking news. Kyle says, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive app for your iPhone is finally up and running. finally available on Apple devices. So if you have an iPhone, you go to the Apple Store, you search overnightdriveradio.com. It's the free download, and there you go. So many people have been asking night after night after night, when's the Apple app going to be available? So pull it up, check it out. I'm sure Kyle was aware that it was supposed to be on tonight, but he waited till after the show was on, I guess, to pull it up and make sure it's actually operating. So I guess that's giving it a thumbs up. The iPhone Apple app, overnightdriveradio.com is what you're going to want to search there. All righty. Finally, as they say, right? Who we got on here? Pull up my little screen chat thing, and Colton, the youngster that called in last evening, is out there on the road with his daddy this week because it's spring break. He was first one on board tonight. Colton says, yay, first one on. All right, back with us again tonight. Good morning, Steve from Albuquerque, 50 degrees here. Hello, Tank, what's going on? Dale, as usual, checking in from Jacksonville, Florida, 71 degrees, partly cloudy. Have a good night, drivers, and let's help keep Steve up. Hey, Steve, what about those 20 containers that are on that ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal that had adult toys in it? I'll be honest, Dale, I hadn't seen that story yet. I'll have to find out the rest of the story. Matthew's with us again tonight. Morning, Steve. Sorry I haven't been on lately, but here I am. Good morning. Rodney checking in. Let's see. Captain Ron, 71 degrees, going past the world-famous Cafe Risque near Gainesville, Florida. Hello to all the drivers out there. Michael listening in from Lapine, Oregon tonight. Morning, Steve. I'm in Illinois tonight. Finally listen on the Apple app. Raymond, so he already found it. He found that before I even knew it was there. How did you find that? Maybe Kyle had put something up on the Overnight Drive website or something. I bet they did. I'll have to check that. All right. We'll get to more of our comments coming up here. And again, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A program to provide small businesses with loans to help them weather the economic impact of the pandemic has been extended for another 2 months. President Biden signed the extension of the Paycheck Protection Program Tuesday, which pushes the deadline to apply for loans back to May 31st.
It is a bipartisan accomplishment. Nearly 90,000 businesses are still in line, and there's money left. Without somebody signing this bill today, there are hundreds of thousands of people who could lose their jobs, and small family businesses that might close forever.
And COVID cases are now on the rise in 27 states, with health officials worrying that a fourth surge of infections is just around the corner. The U.S. is now averaging around 64,000 new COVID cases a day, the highest rate in more than a month. This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, that's where you'll find us live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Secret Bunker. Yeah, a little light rain outside the studios tonight. Not too bad, a little windy, but yeah, looking for the cold air. What's the old scenario in this part of the country? You get those warm-ups, 60s and 70s, and people get out there, start planting the flowers, the springtime flowers. And in this part of the country, they always say, don't plant them till after Mother's Day. Normally, by the time Mother's Day rolls around, you're done with your frosts and things of that nature. And, of course, on many occasions, we get frost even well after Mother's Day. That's when you got to go out there and cover your tender plants, cover your flowers. Industry headlines here. Starting off, sad story out of Tampa, Florida. Had a wrong-way driver this past morning. Police officer is dead, and the wrong-way driver is dead. It happened right about, a little over 24 hours ago, right about 1 o'clock Tuesday morning on Interstate 275. Investigators said the other vehicle was driving the wrong way at a high rate of speed. The 25-year-old driver of that vehicle was killed. Tampa officer Jesse Madsen, 45 years old, had been on the force for 16 years. A highly decorated officer, 7-time life-saving award winner, father of 4, dedicated husband, and United States Marine, according to the Tampa police chief. Jesse Madsen, the 32nd police officer from the Tampa Police Department that has died in the line of duty, according to the chief. All right, it's Women's History Month. Were you aware that the month of March was Women's History Month? I didn't know. It's the final day. And apparently the FMCSA has been taking a kind of looking back at some of the important female pioneers that have been recognized for their contributions to the trucking industry. Via their Facebook or their FMCSA, They featured a female driver on their Facebook page sharing personal stories, triumphs from company owners to industry-changing leaders. These hard-working women, all known for the historic mark on the trucking community. So a couple of the women listed I was looking at this evening, and from our friends at CDL Life. Lily Elizabeth Drennan. Lily made transportation history as the first woman to receive a commercial truck driver's license in the state of Texas. She was one of the first women, if not the very first woman, to obtain this type of license in the country. Lily also was the sole owner of Drennan Truck Line, which she actually grew into a prosperous company. I know what it's made, what it is to wade in the mud above my boot tops to get my trucks through to their destination. I know what it is to sit behind the steering wheel of any truck for 48 hours without any rest or sleep. I know what it is to have my truck break down on a lonely stretch on one of those cold Texas nights. I'm no desk trucker, she said. That's how about that. Let's see. Audra Sue Gomez, otherwise known as Bitsy. And based on the photograph, I guess the handle Bitsy is because she's a little bitsy girl, little skinny thing. As a headstrong industry changer, Bitsy spent much of her truck career working to raise public awareness of hiring discrimination, inequality, sexual misconduct in the industry. She was the founder of the Coalition of Women Truck Drivers. Yeah, it worked alongside with their members to break down discriminatory barriers. She said to Time magazine back in April of 1976, "A good truck is to a woman what a man ought to be. Big and strong and takes you where you want to go. When a woman gets into a semi, it makes up for all the crap women take in our society." Okay. Priscilla Taylor served as the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps as a female truck driver. Let's see, Rusty Dow. Rusty. She became the first female to drive the full length of the Alaska Military Highway and return with a load of cargo. She completed the trek alone in 7 days. She had no speedometer. She had no gas gauge during that trip. We're going back in time. And last one here, a woman by the name of Lula Bates. Lula is believed to be one of the first licensed women truck drivers and was the first of 6 females employed by the four-wheel drive auto company. She was a test driver for the company during World War I. She completed 3 transcontinental tours throughout the United States after the war to advertise the FWD truck. Entering the trucking profession can bring opportunities as well as hurdles for women coming into what's been traditionally a male-dominated field. So some of the pioneers of the past and maybe an inspiration to the industry as they encourage continued progress. And the number of women drivers has continued to grow with the Women in Trucking Association. Hundreds and hundreds. Last number, I believe it's, females account for maybe, is it like 10% of the trucking population? But there you go, Women's History Month. And back to the calls here, and morning, Monkey Gouger.
Well, good morning there, Steve. How you this morning?
Not too bad. Hump day.
Hump day, hump day. Hey, before we get started, it's National Women's History Month and all this stuff. Let's not forget the wives of us gear jammer extraordinaires that leave them back behind. And, they take care of the kids, take care of the house and all the little stuff while we're away, taking care of covering up the flowers or taking care of the swimming pool or whatever it is. So they get the big hats off, too. So I want a salute to the wives of all the extraordinary gear jammers. And I tell you, these girls put up with a lot off of us. You know, sometimes some of these guys, I'm only going about 8 or 9 days now. And Debbie said that ain't long enough. She said you stay going longer. You get my hair sometimes. I said I don't worry about that. But Steve, you know, when you think you have seen it all in the trucking world, you ain't seen it all. I pulled in a truck stop down here by Waco, Texas this afternoon, and they were chattering on the radio back and forth and carrying on. And I said, well, something must be going on here, you know, for all this chatter. And so I turned the radio up, and they said, y'all ain't gonna believe this. There's a damn idiot, and there's got 2 monkeys on his back walking around in the truck stop. Now I said, now what person in his right mind would take 2 monkeys in a damn truck stop with this COVID-19? They claimed it come from the monkeys and everything else. And, you know, immediately I think about the movie Contagion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gathering my stuff up to go in there and take a shower and grab a meal real fast. And I took my eyeglasses in there with me where I could read the little small print on the little menu they got in there now. You know, they give you this little disposable menu, and they make the damn print so damn small you got to have a magnifying glass to read it. Well, I'm going in there, you know, and I got all my stuff, and I went to shift my bag off the mother's shoulder to get my money out so I could pay for my shower. It broke my damn eyeglasses. So I'm over at the eyeglass counter, and here comes this idiot with these 2 monkeys on his back, walked right up to me and turned his back. I said, Hoss, I'll tell you something right now. Did you read that sign out there on that door when you come in? He said, what sign? I said, social distance. I said, get you and your monkey ass across the truck stop and get away from me. I said, I'm not interested in your freak show or how you trying to draw attention or whatever. Well, the manager heard me, and he come over and said, is there a problem? I said, yeah, there's a problem. I said, who in the hell would bring 2 monkeys in a damn truck stop? I could see a guide dog or somebody that's blind, or a service dog for a military person that, you know, that needs it. But 2 damn monkeys? And he was just parading around in there, going close to everybody so they could talk about his damn monkeys, you know. I said, now, boy, I have seen it all. Just when I think you can't top it, I mean, I could not believe a grown-ass man with all this pandemic going on would carry 2 monkeys in a damn truck stop.
So was he wanting to let you hold him and take a photo or something for $5? Was he kind of like panhandling, making money?
No, he was just in there trying to get ready, and he was starving for attention, so he figured he'd get these 2 spider monkeys, or what, they're like 2 rats sitting up on his back. Already he was starving for attention. Mom and Daddy didn't give me the old mamby-pamby, but I could not believe that. I can't believe that the truck stop let this go on long as it did before I said something. I said I just can't believe this. But I got a phone call this afternoon from Debbie, and she says, we got a problem. I says, hell, what's the problem? She said, swimming pool leaking. I said, swimming pool leaking? She said, yeah, I went out there and looked and said, there ain't much water in it. And I said, wait a minute. I said, I looked at that thing the other day, and I said it was full. And she said, well, you know, we had all that rain, and I put that brick where it make that sag in. I said, you pumped the damn water out the swimming pool, woman. I did not. I said, Debbie, you're only supposed to take that skimmer on that pump and go around there and suck that standing water. You put that brick in there and it pushed that canvas down in there, and it sucked all the water out through the canvas, and it made a hole in there. Oh, you're crazy as hell. I said, okay. I said, start running water in it. And I said, when it gets back up there to the level, call me back and I'll tell you what to do. Well, it wasn't as much water going out of what she thought was going out of it. She called me back in a couple hours. Said, looky here. Said,
I got it full of water. So what you got to do? I said, well, it's a chlorine tap, bag of salt, start it up, and I said, let it run for about 4 or 5 hours. Because leave that pan, if you put water in it and let it stay there, I said, it's going to turn green, and then you is going to have it. So anyway, you know, here I am trying to tell her how to flip all the switches and everything.
Right. What the hell did you do to your phone, Monkey Gal? Did you put?
When I do it, we shut the car down. I go there to the breaker, and I flip all the switches on.
Can't even
There's
hear
like
me.
8 switches on that breaker bar, and they four down one side, four down the other.
Yeah.
And when you flip them off, they all facing one way. So I was trying to explain to her, I can't get that daggone pump. Wait a minute. I said, you got all the breakers on the left side, flip to the left side of the breaker switch, and all the breakers on the right. Yeah, I done checked it 1,000 times. I said, all right, the only other thing could be, I said, that timer. And I said, there's a bar on the bar, that timer, you got to flip it on or off. And I said, it'll come on. She went out there and done that. No fire. So I'm thinking, oh boy, here we go. Right?
Did you have maybe an airlock in the system, you think? That's I had problems with that. You get an airlock. Monkey Gouger, I don't know what you did with your phone. Whatever if you put us on speakerphone or something, but whatever it was, you sounded like you was in a barrel 100 miles away. You can call us back when you fix your phone, all right? Let me see here. Other friends checking in. Bruce says, morning, Steve, listening to the new Apple app. There you go. It's finally available through the Apple Store, overnightdriveradio.com. Bob checking in from Columbus. Scott, a Holland driver from Nashville, says, good morning. Good to have you with us, Scott. Pappy said he got out to cut the grass for the first time. First grass cut was today. Yeah, I've got some patchy areas. Yes, some areas where the mow, I guess I could just get the mower out and hit here and there, but some areas ain't nothing. Other areas, it's getting kind of bushy, but won't be long, and it's time to start mowing the lawn, right? Ronald, morning from South Central Pennsylvania. One of the states that cheated in the 2020 presidential election. Right, thank you, Ronald. Fuzzy says, great rainy night in Cincinnati. Hope you have a good hump day. And Fuzzy's still waiting for Cummins to find parts. So you're in the shop, huh? David checking in from Greer, South Carolina. 63 degrees, cloudy, delivering a load to BMW. Really glad you're back on. I need to wrap my trailer with your logo and Hot Shot Secret. That would be great, David. You know what? Speaking of which, I mean, you don't have to wrap the whole trailer, but I do know, Kyle told me they're getting some of those. Yeah, we've got the small stickers right now, the Overnight Drive radio stickers. I guess they're about 6 inches, 4 by 5, 5 by 5, something like that. But they are getting some bigger stickers. Because right out of the box, we had several drivers saying, hey, I'd be happy to put one on the side of my tractor. And if you own your own trailer, that kind of thing. Yep, that's those are probably going to be in fairly short order. I'll be chatting with Kyle tomorrow, so we'll let you know. Stephen, listening in from Simi Valley, California. By the way, my wife and I have both had our COVID vaccine shots. So far, so good. All right, glad to hear that, Stephen. Dean, chilling out in Georgia and enjoying my days off. I get to see the grandkids tomorrow, have some grilled steaks. That sounds good right about now, Dean. A little steak off the grill. Yes, sir. Tony checking in from Worthington, Minnesota. 28 degrees, but no snow on the ground right now. And lastly, Richard said, why do I have to have the screen on for the app to keep streaming? Let's see. Others say, I think that was Kyle said, it's working for me with the screen off. Maybe reboot. All right. And we'll get to some of the other comments as we roll on into the early hours of a Wednesday. Speaking of the COVID shot, let's see, our friend, old Big Ed. Big Ed, are you with me? Where the hell you been, Big Ed, anyway? I know you're supposed to be out there. Maybe he's driving more days. But he did say this past day, thanks for all the texts and the calls. I had no issues with my second shot. But I did self-medicate just to be safe. I took 3 Aleve a couple of hours before I got the shot. Then before I went to bed at midnight, oh, that's where he's at, I took 2 more Aleve. Got up this morning feeling mighty frisky, but since I don't have anyone to get frisky with, I shook it off. Back out on the road, as is headed to Augusta, Georgia. The blooms ought to be cranked up in that area. Well, I was down in northwest Georgia over the weekend there, Ed, and yes, I can vouch for that. The blooms are out. There's a lot of green coming in on the trees. And who was it? Yeah, Dave. Dave said, the pollen is thick as dust. That's where you park your car out there in the driveway, go out in the morning, it's all covered in that greenish yellow dust pollen. That means allergy season's back upon us, right? All right. So speaking of Dave McManus, don't forget, get registered. Here we are. It's already Wednesday. Only got a couple days to register for this week's giveaway. Our Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset with the 99% noise reduction technology. That's our grand prize giveaway. This will be week number 2 of 4. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contests. Enter your email address, and you'll be registered. 32 hours to talk time. Then you connect the Duo. That allows full stereo conversation, as well as a battery bank that'll give you up to 60 hours of talk time, complete with its own carrying case. The Pluto Duo bundle. It's a nice headset, $200 value. And, of course, our friends at Hot Shot Secret, second and third place. Second place, you get a semi-prevention pack. That's the 64-ounce bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme. Just what you need to clean out both the oil and fuel side of your rig. Third place, runner-up, the semi-prevention pack. You've got a semi-performance pack, rather, a 64-ounce bottle of FR3 friction reducer, and a 32-ounce bottle of everyday diesel treatment. All right? And if you haven't been you can register every single day and get numerous entries for our giveaway. We'll announce coming up on Friday morning after the 1 o'clock news. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. What's happening with the Chevy guy?
Well, you know, when Monkey Gouger talks, you're going to listen. I mean, unlike me, he has entertaining conversation, and he kept getting fading away. So I reach up and shove this earbud in my right ear and shove it deeper, try to keep up with him, and he kept fading away. So I reach up, shove the earbud even deeper in my left ear, and kept fading away. About that time, the rumble strips started rattling in on the curve of the road. I said, "Darn, nobody's steering this thing." So, but yeah, I enjoyed. I've been waiting for the punchline about a truck driver with 2 monkeys in a truck stop. So it had to been good, but I missed it. What I called about? I've seen the Ted Cruz down on the border he's an elected official. He's an elected official, and he's being blocked by a bureaucrat. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's just too much power in these bureaucrats. That young lady was wrong. She should be. Now, she was just hired a few days earlier. I don't know what you could do about it, but she was wrong. And they could always smudge out the faces of the children, but they need to show the condition. Seemed like there was plenty of pictures when Trump was down there. But here's the truth, and I'm fed up with it. I would have been a whole lot more impressed if it had been AOC down there right now, even if she was with Ted Cruz. But if it had been AOC trying to show this situation, and Ted Cruz down there under Donald J. Trump showing that at that time, then I would believe I could have no doubt, not an ounce of doubt that it's a problem that our politicians want to get solved. Other than that, it's all play politics. We already know what's going on. We see that. If people, I don't care how many people you show, the Democrats are happy with who they got, unless they finally figured out, well, shoot, what do you mean you're laying me off? We said, well, Biden crippled the economy and they don't need the product you make anymore. Finally, they said, well, maybe I shouldn't have voted for the man. That's the only way some of these Democrats are going to be. Other than that, they're happy with who they voted for, and I'm happy who I voted for. And we'll sit back, yeah, we can criticize, say what we want, but there's nothing we can do about it for the next couple of years. But I would really, really would have loved to see some Democrats down there worrying about them children. And I'm just about, it's unsolvable, I guess. It comes down to it. They were talking about pulling AOC was saying, yeah, they pulled them kids out away from the parents, and that made it as a deterrent to the people down south to come up because they may lose control of their children. Well, I'm sorry it worked. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen the last 2 years of Trump. We've never seen our border more controlled than what it was. I have no answer for it, and all I got to say is, I think I said it last night, we were going to have all kinds of things come up here, anthrax, you name it. You got leprosy, you got things in third world nations coming up here. We don't know what we're going to be in for. And you're going to have all these people with no Social Security number. I'm telling you, we all should be worried about our Social Security number. And I needed a card. I forget what I needed. I had to get a Social Security card. So I go down to the Social Security office, and because mine I got in 74, and I don't know what happened to it. I think it deteriorated in my wallet.
Mm-hmm.
It was paper. Well, they filled me out one, and guess what they do? Guess what these geniuses do at the Social Security office? They mail it to me. Social Security office, right on the envelope. My social card was in the mail, and they mailed it to me. Talk about putting your Social Security number at risk. Thank you, bureaucracy. But I'm telling you, all these people are going to need Social Security numbers, and they're going to find people out there that will be able to type them up and fake them. Nurses that are in hospitals that can dig through records, pick up a few numbers and then go for it, So let's sit back for the next 2 years and, on this wild ride, and, then we'll try it again. One thing before we go, at least Georgia governor finally got it passed and pushed it and stomped it, voter ID. So they weren't worried about the voter ID because Governor Kemp and the rest of them are never Trumpers. They were good buddies with the Bushes, and they didn't care that Trump got nailed. But they did realize this. With what things Stacey Abrams was doing in Georgia, there was no way they were ever going to, a Republican ever get reelected or elected in the state of Georgia with this unidentified voter ballots. And now that his job is at risk, or his political future,
sure.
Now, they pushed it. So, and like I said, Ted Cruz on the border, yes, he's doing what he's doing, and that young bureaucracy, that young girl was violating a trust with the American people, and doing his job, but I'd love to see them blocking AOC. And then it would have meant a whole lot more to those children that are stacked up in that box down there. So other than that, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and hopefully Monkey Gadger call back in and finish that story.
Right.
I got to keep at least one hand on the wheel, Tim. All
right.
Over.
Thank you. Over. Thank you much, Chevy Guy. There you go. We'll get our news update here. It's 844-844-3388. We wrap up hour number one. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A program to provide small businesses with loans to help them weather the economic impact of the pandemic has been extended for another 2 months. President Biden signed the extension of the Paycheck Protection Program Tuesday, which pushes the deadline to apply for loans back to May 31st.
It is a bipartisan accomplishment. Nearly 90,000 businesses are still in line, and there's money left. Without somebody signing this bill today, there are hundreds of thousands of people who could lose their jobs and small family businesses that might close forever.
And COVID cases are now on the rise in 27 states, with health officials worrying that a fourth surge of infections is just around the corner. The U.S. is now averaging around 64,000 new COVID cases a day, the highest rate in more than a month. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
President Biden has tapped Vice President Kamala Harris to lead diplomatic efforts to deal with the immigration crisis on the border. But some Republicans have questioned whether or not she's the right person to handle the issue. Wyoming Senator John Barrasso tells Fox News that her support for amnesty makes her the wrong person to put in charge of immigration.
She's not going to get into this in any way, and if she were, she's the wrong person, because she's for amnesty for illegal immigrants. She is somebody who has fought with the ICE agents and always taken the side of the illegal immigrants. She's someone, while running for president, said illegal immigrants ought to receive free, taxpayer-paid-for health insurance. If we want to follow and solve this problem, we need to do what the border agents told us when we were there last week visiting with them, and that's reinstitute the Remain in Mexico policy that worked under the Trump administration, and President Biden eliminated it on day number one.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go, and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Mount Rushmore National Memorial has been closed until further notice as wildfires burn out of control in the area.
Hundreds of firefighters are battling high winds and heavy smoke near Keystone, South Dakota, as wildfires force the closure of Mount Rushmore. Travis Bushman of the U.S. Forest Service gives us this update.
Mount Rushmore National Memorial is closed and will remain closed. We evaluate it really on a daily basis, but it's closed primarily because the fire has directly affected the two main access roads into the memorial.
The wildfire is burning in heavy dead and downed timber, with the National Weather Service estimating winds today gusting up to 55 miles per hour. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And NFL owners have approved a 17-game schedule for the 2021 season. Each team will now play an additional interconference game, with the regular season ending on January 9th, 2022, and Super Bowl 56 pushed back a week to February 13th. The players initially agreed to the extra game in their 2020 collective bargaining agreement. The preseason will now be cut down to 3 games, with each team remaining with 1 bye week. The new schedule also guarantees that each team will play an international game at least once in an 8-year period. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
There we go. Jump right back into it on a Wednesday morning. Hope your week's going well. What do we see here? We're talking about the temperature roller coaster across the north central states. You've been riding that the last couple of days, and there's no signs of pulling into the station anytime soon. We saw a big-time warm-up as we started the week. Now we've got a blast of cold air, temperatures tumbling. Now, that short-lived surge of warm air, we saw temperatures across the northern plains and the Midwest on Monday topping out 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. 60s and 70s were the norm from the Dakotas to Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, while we saw 50s and 60s more common across Illinois, Michigan, Indiana. While some folks were probably pleased to be able to bask in a little sunshine Monday, the combination of unseasonable heat and high winds led to an increase in the fire danger. And of course, we were talking about the winds. That's in our trucking headlines. I remember the last thing I said on the Monday morning show was we had those widespread wind warnings. And I said, I about guarantee we'll see stories of trucks being blown over. That's in our industry headlines. We did see a number of truck blowovers as we started the week. And as you just heard in the news update, there are at least 3 wildfires now burning in the Black Hills of South Dakota. Hundreds forced to evacuate. The closure of Mount Rushmore, according to the Associated Press. That cold front started to slice across the center of the country Monday night. By yesterday afternoon, that front stretched from the Great Lakes to the southern plains, and now we wait for that blast of cold Canadian air in the wake of that front. Regional temperatures are going to drop 15 to 25 degrees in 24 hours' time, and up to 35 degrees overall. Tuesday, we saw temperatures struggling to reach the 30s and lower 40s in the Dakotas, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. You still had 60s and 70s, though, over Ohio and the Tennessee valleys. It was a very nice day. As that front pushes onto the east today, that cold air remains entrenched across the northern plains, but now stretches through the Midwest, expands across the Great Lakes. Temperatures are going to run at least 5 to 10 degrees below normal by later today. As we said, temperatures are actually going to be going the wrong direction for our Wednesday. In addition to that blast of cold air, winds on the increase, gusty conditions widespread from the plains to the Midwest and the Great Lakes right on through the day today. A real feel. Wind chills are going to plunge into the teens in Minneapolis. It's going to feel like the 20s in Chicago as you head out later Wednesday morning. Got a big dip in the jet stream over the eastern half of the country, and that's going to persist right on through late this week. So the cold air is going to stick around. Flip side of the coin is a big bulge in the jet stream over the western half of the country, where we're seeing unseasonable warmth creeping back northward there. So a bit of relief from that cold air may arrive starting Thursday for the north central states. Others are going to have to probably wait till the weekend to see things begin warming up once again. If you're eager for spring warmth to return, you may be delighted by the weather toward the end of the week, headed into the Easter weekend. Temperatures are going to rebound to the 60s and 70s. We could see some records in jeopardy, maybe across the northern plains. Warm conditions for this Easter over the upper Midwest will be a huge contrast to what was the cold, snowy conditions for Easter Sunday last year. Again, where they were saying, Merry Easter. Yeah, Easter egg hunts, they weren't outdoors, they were indoors because there was snow on the ground. All right, on to other topics of interest. You should have known it was coming, right? Yeah, how many times while Joe Biden was on the campaign trail did you hear him highlight the fact that if you don't make over $400,000, you're not going to pay 1 red cent more in taxes. Not one penny. Yeah, he said it 1,000 times. He never meant it. He's just hoping the middle class and the news media won't notice the tax hikes if he tries to hide them well enough. He's always had a tax hike plan for the middle class. Just certain middle-class families. Now, he supported a $200 registration tax on new firearms, a drastic overhaul of retirement accounts that would amount to a tax hike on folks earning over $80,250 a year. Now, he could try and wiggle out of those by saying, well, it depends on what the meaning of tax hike is. But he keeps adding new middle-class tax hikes to his agenda to pay for his boatloads of, quote, free money and a massive expansion of the federal government. But he's trying to hide them. Hiking the corporate tax cut. There's a perfect example. Congress and President Donald Trump, with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, brought the corporate tax rate down to a globally competitive 21%, on par with the average of wealthy nations. He wants to jack that back up to 28 and tack on a minimum 15% tax on the book income of large corporations, effectively disallowing many deductions. Add in the state income tax, and you'll have most U.S. corporations facing the highest of any nation in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, as well as the G7. Of course, corporations don't actually pay taxes. They collect taxes. Taxing a corporation is always taxing people. That's the customers, the shareholders, that's the employees. The Tax Foundation estimates Biden's corporate tax hike would slash 159,000 jobs and an average 0.7% wage reduction would harm the bottom quintile of workers. They would see a 1.45% decrease in after-tax income. Prices will go up. Retirement accounts would be smaller than otherwise. That's a middle-class tax hike. Then there's the tax hikes that Biden hasn't admitted yet, but that are implied by his spending plan. There's not enough wealth among the wealthy to finance their plans, and we know this from looking at the countries that already do what Biden and the Democrats want to do. Biden wants to import Europe's social safety net. that would require importing European-style taxation. That means taxing the middle class and the working class. On top of the onerous tax rates, most European Union nations also have what they call value-added taxes, or VATs. A VAT is something like a sneaky sales tax. The tax gets hidden in higher prices for everything. Obviously, higher prices for consumer goods disproportionately harms the middle class and the working class. Why would you raise tax revenue that way? Well, first, because the middle class is where the money is. There are many more middle-class families in Europe and in the U.S. than there are wealthy families. If Biden wants to pay for his plans, or if he wants to curb the inflation of pumping trillions of dollars into the economy, he's going to have to tap the middle class. Maybe he could win in a debate over whether his middle-class tax hike present and future are a fair trade-off for the spending, but he doesn't want that debate. He can't admit that he's taxing anybody but the rich. So he continues spouting the falsehood that he's only taxing the over $400,000 crowd. We know that's not true. He knows that's not true. It's time Biden admits he's raising taxes on the middle class. There you go. From the Washington Examiner this past day. All right, with that, we get back to our calls here at 844-844-3388. Would that be the inbred redneck?
Oh, yeah, brother. It's me. It's Ernest D. You know what's going on in this world, buddy. Hey.
What's happening?
I got a big old solution.
We need solutions. What is it? Yeah, we need that.
Well, you know, monkey gougers having them problems with them monkeys at the truck stop. Oh, why didn't he just spank that feller's monkey? You know what I'm saying, Steve?
Okay.
Got the problem over with right there. I mean, of course, he probably would have went to jail. Animal abuse and whatnot. Spanking that feller's monkey, but let me tell you something. There's been big events going on, buddy, in my personal life. Guess what happened to me today, buddy?
Well, what was it?
I'm finally released from my shackles of enslavement. The alimony is over for Hogzilla, buddy, and it's looking better and better each day. A few more dollars in my pocket, and I'm happy. I even got a report from Hogzilla. She said that, she didn't know how she was going to make it, Steve. Without the alimony checks coming in. I suggested, maybe get a job in something that you really like. And, she figured out, she really likes food. She wants to work with food. Buddy, she went to work for Grubhub.
Oh, boy.
Out there delivering the food. I reckon today was her first day.
First thing I would say, redneck, is that was probably a big mistake. And when you're working for Grubhub, you're supposed to pick the food up and not touch the food and deliver it to whoever ordered it. What are the odds that she's not going to yield to the temptation of opening those bags and eating some of those fresh French fries?
Buddy, let me tell you, I reckon she had to go back 7 times to McDonald's just get one order straight. And at the end of the day, buddy, she was $2,000 in the hole. So she says she's quitting Grubhub and going to Uber Eats tomorrow.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying, buddy?
Okay, that'll work a lot better, won't it?
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm trying to think. I don't know any other delivery services out there. Is there Lyft food, buddy? I don't know, but I got a feeling this is going to be a short-lived delivery service. And poor old Hogzilla is going to have to go to some other line of employment, buddy. It's getting crazy. But you know, last night I tried to call you, and I know you ran out of time, buddy. And I was coming across the Golly Bridge, West Virginia, across Route 60 where the men are in, and the sheep are nervous there, trying to get down there to Pike County, Kentucky to pick up and everything else, buddy. And I heard the problems with the app, and that feller had called in and lined everybody out there. I think he said he worked for the municipal system out there in Little Rock or something like that. The sewer and the dishwashing and all that. And, buddy, this is turning into a home improvement program.
We got some really good advice last night. How to clean a dishwasher, how to fix your pool, how to clean your sink drains, and your that was great information.
I know it, buddy. I know it. I'm just wondering when Tim Allen's going to pop up on here and co-host with you here one night or something.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Maybe I'll see what I can get done. I do have some connections with her. But you know that app there. What a lot of people don't realize is you only got so much memory on a telephone, you know? And sometimes that memory fills up. That'd be the good thing about the iPhone app you got working now. Apple sort of takes care of that in their programs, but Android don't. But basically what you do, if you're having that problem, just hit that little square button on your Android and shut all your little pages down, you know. And that'll help a lot of people. But that other fella was right too about leaving your screen on time and all that. There's a lot of things in Android that are wide open compared to an iPhone. The iPhone takes care of a lot of things. But I think everybody would probably be pleased with that iPhone app. I've built a few of them over the years, a few apps. I'm working on one now, buddy. I'm going to be sending you some money here soon. I'll just put it that way.
Oh, great, yeah.
But, yeah. You hold on to that number. I'll call you early in the morning while you're asleep one morning and surprise you once I get it all set up. I'll be mailing the envelopes of money down there to Cincinnati and whatnot, and everything will be happy in the world of Steve Sommers' overnight drive and hot shot and everything else. It's going to balance the budget, brother. I'm bigger than Joe Biden and better.
Bigger and better. Okay.
Yeah, man, that's for sure. I mean, even a simple redneck like me could figure out some of these things. But Steve, I gotta let a source of income go here. I got too much income coming in. I don't want to give it to the government, and I'm thinking truck driving over with, but I'm going to have to go home and get out of this stuff and retire and live it up a little bit. I don't know if you'll be hearing from me much except for occasional drunken food or something.
Okay.
But that's a few months off anyway. But, that's the one thing government ain't figured out. After a certain point, the income that you make, you have to realize you can't make too much income to where you're just giving money to the government. It's really not doing you any good. That's the point I'm at. And there's a lot of Americans that will see the same thing. Raise them taxes. Go ahead, I don't care. I'll just stop producing. And I'll rent my little mobile homes to the housing and urban development place there. I'll just rake it in there. I'll be I'll be a vampire to the system, Steve. I'm sorry, but sometimes a man has to do what a man has to do.
Well, you've got all these little folks coming in there from south of the border. Maybe you can host some of them. The government will pay you to host them. Know what I mean? How many can you fit in your little? Is that a single wide mobile home you got there? Or you got the double wide? If you got a double wide, hell, you could really rake in some cash. All righty, what do we see here? It's 844-844-3388. Let me jump over to Colton. Colton, how the heck are you this morning?
I'm good.
I know your dad said you're getting sleepy.
Yeah, I am, slowly. That's why he's getting stuff ready in the back. So when I do head to go to bed, then I'll just be ready. I just have to get the buckles in.
Uh-huh. So you stayed up with us most of the night last night. I saw you were on there chatting with some of the listeners on the message board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and plus today's the last day until June for me.
The last day of
The
what?
reason why that I'm going to be riding with my dad until June. because-
Okay. So spring break's going to be wrapping up for you then.
No, it's because of, I guess, part shortage.
Oh, parts shortage. So your dad's hauling like auto parts and they got the shortage, so he's going to be off the road for a few weeks.
Yes.
I hate to hear that. I knew that was going to happen. With all the General Motors and Ford and Toyota, they're all cutting back on production because they can't get those computer chips. So your last night out on the road tonight, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if you...
Yes.
Did you hear old Horse Feathers call last night and he said, hey, wasn't Colton a first-time caller and weren't you supposed to get him a code? So I told him that I'd get you a code, and I got your number here. I guess that's your daddy's number.
Yeah, I was on at the time when I heard you
Yeah, well,
talking about that.
I got your number, and we'll get your daddy a code. How about that?
Uh-huh. Let's go.
Sounds like a plan, huh?
He's going to give us codes.
Yeah, so you can go to hotshotsecret.com, and it'll be a $60 value. You can order whatever he wants, and it's all covered, shipping included. So, yeah, $60 to try out the Hot Shot Secret products.
Okay.
All right, you like that. All right, well, good to hear from you, Colton. I'll let you go get some rest and have a good night out there with Dad and be safe. And next time you're out on the road with him, we'll chat again. Sound like a plan?
Yes, that sounds like a plan.
Good deal. Well, we've had fun with you the last couple of nights. Be safe out there. Yeah, don't forget to buckle up. There you go. Cute kid, right? It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A new study from the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases showed evidence that the COVID vaccines will provide protection against the new variants of the virus. The study found that patients who had recovered after being infected by variants from the UK, South Africa, and Brazil all retained their immune response to the virus. The report stressed that a larger study was needed, as only 30 patients were examined, but said that the data would be valuable towards seeing whether booster shots will need to be developed. And new satellite images show North Korea may be taking steps to produce more nuclear weapons. The images released Tuesday show plumes of smoke emerging from buildings at the Yongbyon Nuclear Research Facility. NBC reporting that experts believe the images show North Korean efforts to restart processing plutonium for weapons at the site. The activity comes after a pair of missile tests from the North Korean regime, a likely challenge to President Biden's new administration. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Pastor Greg, host of the Chosen Generation radio show. I like discounts, and I bet you do too. If you're age 50 or older, The Association of Mature American Citizens, AMAC for short, has plenty of discounts available for their members. Airlines, hotels, restaurants, auto insurance, and help with your Medicare plans. What I like most about AMAC is they understand my values and they're fighting for them every day. Unlike the other guys that just talk a good game, AMAC is actually holding to my biblical Christian American constitutional values. It feels good to belong to a true American organization. Why don't you join me by calling them at 855-696-7930. That's 855-696-7930. Again, the number is 855-696-7930. And use the promo code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg. And get your first year on me.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, a couple of other quick updates, and we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. All right, we were talking last evening about a gathering caravan in Honduras. Big caravan got together in January. Many of them were turned away. You can't get them all. I mean, for those that are trying to march down the actual roadway to cross into the country, they can stop them there. But for those that go in through the backwoods to sneak across the border, they get through. Well, we've got several hundred more that set off this past day for the Guatemalan border, headed for the United States. According to local media and a Reuters report, the group, the second large caravan to set off from Honduras this year. All right, Central Americans have made up the bulk of this big increase in migrants trying to reach the country via Mexico. Of course, putting pressure on President Biden. Thousands of unaccompanied children that have crossed in. The migrants, they say, mostly young adults with backpacks and women carrying children. Started walking in the early morning hours from a bus terminal in the northern city of San Pedro Sula to the town of Corinto at the Guatemalan border. It's about a 71-mile trek. That's a long walk. Oh, but that's just the beginning. By early afternoon, part of the caravan had covered about 20 kilometers to the Honduran city of Chalama, where some of them hitched rides on trucks and buses and crammed into the back of pickup trucks. Images via Reuters showed others continued on foot. You have to take risks to have a better life in the United States. In Honduras, we're never going to do anything, said one of the migrants. Here, you can hardly eat with what you earn if you can even find a job. Looking for a better way of life, and that's the trend that's going to continue. It's not going to stop. Something's going to have to be done in short order. All right, I had an opportunity to meet this guy a number of years ago, way back when we first, the first initial talk, remember, of the cross-border trucking program, Mexico and the U.S. Remember when that was first coming to fruition all those years back? And a handful of listeners and me went to Washington, D.C., where they were holding the Federation for American Immigration Reform talk-a-thon, talk show hosts from all over the country. And I was welcomed in to talk about a different issue. Most of the discussion from the varying hosts around the country was, of course, about what we're talking about now in the news, individuals coming across the border. But we were there to talk about the cross-border trucking issue. And one evening, we got an invite to see a movie screening that was debuted about what's going on. It was a documentary kind of thing about what's happening along our southern border. And there was a guy there by the name of G. Gordon Liddy who got to speak to the crowd. Can't remember if he spoke before the film or after the film. But yeah, I got a chance to shake G. Gordon Liddy's hand at that point in time. G. Gordon Liddy passing away this past day. Of course, most people recognize that name as the mastermind of the Watergate burglary. And then, of course, for a number of years after that, a radio talk show host after he got out of prison. His son, Thomas Liddy, confirming that he had passed, didn't reveal the cause other than to say it was not related to COVID-19. He was 90 years old. A former FBI agent, Army veteran, convicted of conspiracy, burglary, and illegal wiretapping for his role in the Watergate burglary, of course, which led to the resignation of Richard Nixon. After which he spent 4 years and 4 months in prison, including more than 100 days in solitary confinement. A number of years later, he said, "I'd do it again for my president." Of course, after his release, he became a very popular, oftentimes very provocative radio talk show host. He also worked as a security consultant, a writer, an actor, and he had some very, I don't know, what would the term be, kind of off-the-wall views on things. Kind of a bizarre kind of guy, but yeah, G. Gordon Liddy, gone at the age of 90. All right, let me see a few more of our comments here. Tim checks in this morning. Good morning, Steve. Finally start getting new uniforms for TFI. We're getting rid of the brown. Okay. Daniel checks in from Hope, Michigan this morning. Let's see. Kentucky Ken, he called in yesterday morning. He said, "I'm off tonight. Y'all be safe out there." Okay. And Dan says, "Inbred redneck, awesome to hear you on here." I'd like to connect with Vic in the Big Moose and Knucklebuster. All right, good to have you with us there, Dan, this morning. Eskimo Mom says 48 degrees wherever she is. I think she runs here in the state of Ohio. Then one more. Morning, Steve. Weather's kind of windy over here in Montana, but we're still doing okay. All right. Yeah, be careful out there. The wind's not as bad today as they were early in the week. But we do have more on the windy conditions that are going to prevail. Still looking at wind advisories, probably right on through the rest of this week and into the weekend with this big cold front, windy conditions through much of the east. All right, let's see what's happening there with, well, go ahead, lay it on us.
Hey, Mike. What day is it?
Happy?
What day is it?
Hump Day?
Last day of March. Where did that month go?
Yeah.
Where'd the first quarter of the year go? You believe that? We only got 3/4 of the year left?
I'm not sad that March is out of here because I'm ready for spring to stick around.
I hear you. Now we got to deal with all them April showers, and it's going to be all soggy and everything now. So I don't know. So, hey, you were talking about the weather up there north of the border there, and you said they were going to have a foot to 15 inches. They're not going to be able to measure that up in Quebec. They can't measure a foot to 15 inches up there.
It's going to be centimeters, right?
Yeah, they're in the metric system.
Uh-huh.
So, anyways, I hope Colton doesn't have to deal with too much of that. I hope have they done away with that in schools yet? Because I don't know if you might have been just before it or not, but I know they were trying to start that whole conversion thing. And when I was in school, they all wanted us to learn the metric system instead of the inch system. And it's like, our world isn't in the metric system. So, boy, what a disaster that was. About as bad as that new math thing they came out with. But, so what do we got going for you? I don't know. Our AccuWeather gods there, the local guys there, they're all saying that we're supposed to have rain starting in the afternoon and we're supposed to be chilled down, and possibly even here in the Baltimore, the I-95 corridor, they said by 6 o'clock in the morning, it could be cold enough if the front pushes through fast enough with the rain coming up that we could actually have snow on the ground here in the mid-Atlantic for the Baltimore area. So not anything to worry about or anything, but you could have your grassy surfaces and stuff like that covered with a little bit of snow on it tomorrow morning, depending on what the changeover is from the rain to the snow and all that. So I guess we'll hang out and see, but yeah, just make for another fun night out here. So anyways, I hear you got Colton all hooked up there with his code there for the $60 deal. So maybe you get some of that FR3 there and lube up his bicycle there.
Right.
I think he could have the fastest bicycle on the block there if he got some FR3 into that in the places it needs to. So, anyways, yeah, I heard Red Mule there earlier. There, he's kind of right on that situation. You run, if you do something to, physically hurt a motor, I guess you could do something the computer couldn't control. You run one of these things with no water in it when it's already told you it's hot and it needs to be shut off, and you keep driving it. Well, I don't know. I think that's more driver error than computer error, wouldn't you think?
Could very well be, yes.
Anyway, so well, I tried to go put the Apple iPhone app on my phone there, and I got to the downloading part, and it told me I had to enter my password or my Apple ID or something like that. And I never know what the current one is, and every time I try to do it, I screw something up. And we have about 4 devices that are all hooked up to this one ID. So if I do something and screw that up, then what I get at home from the person running them other devices?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
skill it to the side of the head, right?
I'm gonna have to wait and have somebody else there tell me what to put in for the that Apple ID or whatever when I get home. So I can't do it yet to give you a review on how it's working, but maybe we'll have it up and running for tomorrow night. But I'm still using the YouTube page there now on the Hot Shot, or not the Hot Shot. I'm using the Overnight Drive Radio YouTube page, but I did switch back over to the Hot Shot Secret site, and I see the YouTube page is still working there, and there's still quite a few people over there watching on that. So I guess everybody hasn't really started moving over to this side yet.
Didn't make the transition.
I don't know when Josh is. Yeah, I don't know when Josh is getting ready to pull the plug on it, but one of the nights they might come in and go to the Hot Shot Secret webpage and go to the YouTube and find out that there's no Steve Summers on the Hot Shot Secret side.
Where's he at?
They did away with you.
So technically, they did take down the Facebook feed on the Hot Shot Secret site, correct?
That I don't know. I don't do Facebook, so you'd have to get to that.
I know.
Hey, speaking of Facebook, go ahead.
I know we're on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube, but yeah, as far as the Facebook and the YouTube for the Overnight Drive Radio, I know when I type little messages in, it goes to 3 different locations. It used to go to 5 different places. Now it's just going to 3.
Okay. So does the app have any way to message you like the like the YouTube and the Facebook where you can put the messages in? Can you message anything with the app, or is that just pretty much strictly for listening?
To my knowledge,
or is that above your pay grade?
It's above my pay grade, but I believe it's just for listening. I've opened the app on mine, and I don't see anywhere to type any messages or anything. It's just to be able to listen.
All right. Hey, one last quick thing for you. Speaking of Facebook there, I had my wife try to look at your page there because she's a friend with you. And I thought you were going to put that thing up from that woman there. I can't remember her name there, from the Clinton organization, that was saying how that the passport deal was going to be a bad deal. And she said she didn't find any article linked there on your Facebook page. So I didn't know if you'd gotten that up, or if
I went back and someone had emailed it to me, and I'll be damned if I couldn't find it. I did search. I was looking for it, and I couldn't find it. Maybe whoever sent that to me is out there. It might have been Steve that forwarded that to me. If you could, maybe you can send that to me again, because after I printed the story, I deleted the email, and I can go to my deleted box, and I think when I delete my stuff, it just goes away. It's like it's gone. I can't find anything in the deleted emails.
Okay. So anyways, I guess that's about what we had going for you. And I guess for Monkey Gouger there, what was it? Was it Fred Redneck told him there he should have gone and spanked the monkey? But you got to be careful, because when you're out in public, and especially if you're going to spank somebody else's monkey, you could really get in trouble for that. But I don't even know if you can spank your own monkey out in public. Can you? You get in trouble for spanking things out in public, right?
Absolutely.
So, all right. Well, hey, with all that nonsense, we'll let you go. And glad to hear Colton, and tell your dad the next time he's out on the road and you got a free minute to drag you along, get out here, enjoy it.
Yep.
So see the countryside while it's still free.
And
when this country won't be free.
One last thing. I just got an email from Donald. He says, to reply, you tap the 3-circle tripod on the upper right, and you can send an email, whatever that means.
Well, that sounds pretty cool. I'll have to let you know. As I say, I got to get the right person involved to get that Apple ID or password or whatever it is. I just know I don't touch that, because I get in big trouble.
Okay.
So, anyways. All right. You have a good morning there, Steve, and we'll chat at you again later.
All right. Thank you much. Mike. Have a good hump day. There you go. So that frees up another line. Several lines available at 844-844-3388. All right. Even though the vaccines are becoming much more widely available, supposedly there's still a lot of people that are desperately searching for the vaccine appointments. And you may become victims of unscrupulous scammers. The FBI and Interpol warns that swindlers False cures and vaccines are being advertised on fake websites that could actually put your health at risk. According to Today, the Department of Health and Human Services and other government agencies say that they've already investigated 96,000, not 9,600, 96,000 potential malicious COVID-19 vaccine websites. One of the red flags to look for on these phony sites is if you are asked to pay for services in order to secure a vaccine appointment. According to the Special Agent for the Health and Human Services, there is no legitimate process that requires you to pay for the vaccine or to pay for a spot in order to get a vaccine. Anybody who's asking for any kind of money, it's a scam. She also said people will need to submit personal information in order to get the COVID-19 vaccine, things like your date of birth and address, but no credit card, no social security number, no other personal information should ever be asked for by a supplier if they're legitimate. So, date of birth, name, that's it. Another scam to look for may come from a hacked social media platform. If you get like an unsolicited message from a friend of yours, maybe telling you that, hey, there's a leftover vaccine available for a set fee. You get a Facebook message from a friend that, hey, they're my friend. Oh, $10? Yeah, I'll take that. It's a scam. Somebody hacked into your friend. Look the other way and try to let your friend know that their account's been hacked. So there you go. The warnings from several government agencies. Scammers always out there looking to make a buck. And they're quite successful. What's happening with Eagle this morning? Good morning, Eagle.
Okay, how you doing? Yeah, I don't know if you discussed this deal, Steve. Got some real disturbing news today. I don't know if you've seen the Ted Cruz video where he tried to go into one of these facilities in Texas, and he was stopped from going in by somebody who works for Biden. Did you see this video?
I don't know. I don't think I've seen that one.
Well, yeah, you might want to take a look at it during your break. It's on YouTube, or just type in Ted Cruz and the video will pop up. But yeah, they got Ted Cruz was able to take some video and show the conditions that these kids are under. It's a real bad situation. One of the women that she's trying to talk to Cruz, and she's trying to tell him to show these people some dignity and to not put these people on film. But Ted Cruz said that the Biden administration is not showing these people any dignity. You got these people, kids in cages like animals, and laying on the floor in these Ziploc bags. I don't know what you call these things, but these overcrowded areas. It's a real, but Steve, this is a real bad deal. Joe Biden, I told you this last night. I don't know what this guy is thinking. He says that him and his press secretary said that they're not gonna send these kids back to Guatemala or Honduras. They're not gonna treat these people. But I got bad news for Joe Biden. The way that these people are living right now is way worse than they were living in Guatemala. I promise you that they were living a lot better than this than they are right now. If Joe Biden thinks that he's doing a good deal by putting these people in cages and treating them like animals and doing it the way he's doing, he's sadly mistaken. Joe Biden, what he needs to do is make the right decision. He needs to come. He needs to come on television and tell these people that there is no room for them, and that they'll have to stay in their home until until we can make things better. But conditions are totally out of control now. I don't know if you've seen the video, Steve, but Ted Cruz took video of this. These guys, these smugglers or whatever you want to call them, they have rafts that they use. They're running people across the Rio Grande River into Texas, loading up a boat with 5, 10, 20 people and taking it over to the U.S. side, unloading that boat, going back to the other side, loading it up again, and bringing it back over to the U.S. side. They're loading up boat after boat, bringing these individuals into the U.S. If Joe Biden calls that running that things are under control, he keeps his president said things are under control. Things are not under control, Steve. This is ridiculous what's going on right now. And Ted Cruz, like I say, we finally got a man, that actually cares about the state of Texas, just like the governor. And Ted Cruz is appalled at what he has seen, and I don't like what I've seen either. Joe Biden needs to do the right thing and put these kids back on a bus or a plane and take them back to where they come from and provide these people with some money or whatever it takes so they can try to make their life better in their country. But the way they're going about it right now is totally wrong. And Donald Trump has spoken out. Other people have spoken out, and Joe Biden, like I say, the guy, he's proven that he's incompetent. Do you realize this, Steve? The way I talk about Joe Biden, you would think that he'd been in the White House for 3 or 4 years. This guy has only been in the White House less than 3 or 4 months. And do you see the damage that this man has done? People, you talked about it. Other people have talked about it. What would happen if this man got in the White House? And now I'm listening to the CB radio at the truck stop tonight, and all these people are saying, boy, I sure can't believe Joe Biden is doing this. I can't believe Joe Biden is doing that. The fuel prices are sky high. The border crisis. Now I looked at NBC News tonight, and like I told you last week, the guy over there in North Korea, good old Kim Jong-un, he's fired up his new nuclear facilities. They got him on satellite video. They got a smokestack that they showing smoke coming out of one of his processing plants. He's firing up his nuclear program again now that Trump is out of the White House. Joe Biden, he in less than 3 or 4 months. Do you realize this, Steve, that this guy has things that the wheels have fallen completely off the train? Like I said, we got Iran to deal with. We got China to deal with. We got the North Koreans. We got the border deal. We got the oil. This guy here, can you imagine what things are going to be like 2 or 3 years from now of Joe Biden, Steve? I don't think the United States can take 2 or 3 years of this man. We're in so much trouble. It's almost scary to go to. It's hard even for me to sleep at night knowing the destruction that this man is doing to this country. And all I can say is we got to keep people like Ted Cruz. We got to keep Donald Trump and his family and other people in the forefront to make these things known and let the American people know what's going on. Because if they don't, America is finished as a country as we know it. And it really didn't have to happen this way because Joe Biden has no business in the White House. If you don't realize it by now, you're for months. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, Eagle. You're right. Yeah. Some of these memes, they make more sense. Why do I need a passport to leave the USA when illegal aliens are not required to have one to enter? How true is that? There were new figures released this past day. Confirmation that since January, they have already released 30,000 of these illegals into the heart of the country. And the numbers are growing with each passing day. But okay, let's get a news update. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A new study from the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases showed evidence that the COVID vaccines will provide protection against the new variants of the virus. The study found that patients who had recovered after being infected by variants from the UK, South Africa, and Brazil all retained their immune response to the virus. The report stressed that a larger study was needed, as only 30 patients were examined, but said that the data would be valuable towards seeing whether booster shots will need to be developed. And new satellite images show North Korea may be taking steps to produce more nuclear weapons. The images released Tuesday show plumes of smoke emerging from buildings at the Yongbyon Nuclear Research Facility. NBC reporting that experts believe the images show North Korean efforts to restart processing plutonium for weapons at the site. The activity comes after a pair of missile tests from the North Korean regime, a likely challenge to President Biden's new administration. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz is under investigation for an alleged sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl, according to reports. The Department of Justice is also investigating whether the congressman may have violated federal sex trafficking laws by allegedly paying the girl to travel with him. The investigation has reportedly been going on for at least a year. Gaetz has denied the allegations and tells Fox News that there are records that will prove his innocence.
The person doesn't exist. I have not had a relationship with a 17-year-old. That is totally false. The allegation, as I read it in the New York Times, is that I've traveled with some 17-year-old in some relationship. That is false, and records will bear that out to be false.
In a statement, Gaetz said that the allegations were part of an extortion plot from a former Justice Department official, seeking $25 million from he and his family. Gaetz says that he has cooperated with federal investigators in the matter. The congressman has not been charged with any crimes. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to mypillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The U.S. State Department has released the 2020 Human Rights Report. John Clemens has the story from the USA Radio News Texas Bureau.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken issued the report saying the trend lines on human rights are not improving.
The trend lines on human rights continue to move in the wrong direction. We see evidence that in every region of the world, this is happening.
Secretary Blinken said the events since the military coup occurred in Burma. After this year's report was finished, we must highlight them.
Nonviolent protesters in Burma have been killed, beaten, imprisoned, including on Saturday, when more than 100 people were reportedly killed by the military. Many of those killed were protesting on Armed Forces Day. Others simply bystanders. The military said in advance that they might shoot protesters in the back or the head, and they've made good on that threat.
And the Final Four is set for the NCAA tournament. Gonzaga is headed back to the Final Four for the second time in school history. The Bulldogs moved to 30-0 on the season, dominating USC 85-66 in Tuesday's West Regional Final. Gonzaga will be the third team since 1985 to take an undefeated record into the Final Four, with the last team to win it all with a perfect season being the 1976 Indiana Hoosiers. And UCLA will go from the first four to the Final Four. The Bruins defeated Michigan 51-49 in the East Regional Final. With the win, they become just the second double-digit seed to knock off a 1 seed and a 2 seed en route to the Final Four. LSU also accomplished the feat in 1986. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Pretty much exactly what Eagle was alluding to before the news update. We are on an unsustainable path. Just got some of the latest numbers. We right on the heels of a $1.9 trillion, quote, COVID relief package, 90% of which had nothing to do with COVID. It was essentially the quintessential wish list for Democrat spending. No, I can't say I'm surprised. Joe Biden's $2.25 trillion infrastructure bill, which will be unveiled officially today, will have allocations for a whole hell of a lot more, than other projects versus infrastructure projects, according to the details cited in the Washington Post this past day. According to sources familiar with the details, who spoke with the Post, out of $2.25 trillion, there's $650 billion for roads, bridges, highways, and ports. Also in the plan, $400 billion for home care for the elderly and disabled, $300 billion for housing, $300 billion to revive U.S. manufacturing, $400 billion in clean energy credits, hundreds of billions set aside to boost the electric grid and high-speed broadband, and to work on water systems. Details could change before the official announcement. Final negotiations were still taking place yesterday, they said. Press Secretary Jen Psaki said tax increases, mostly on corporations, will fund these initiatives. Of course, most of former President Trump's 2017 tax law will be undone by the tax hikes. That's what we were just talking about last hour. The tax, all the changes that, hey, the middle class. This is going to be announced in Pittsburgh today, the first of what he's calling the Build Back Better initiative. And that's just the beginning, because another plan, the second plan, will be announced in the coming weeks. The second plan will expand health insurance coverage, child tax credits, paid family and medical leave. The cumulative price tag for those two very well will exceed likely $4 trillion. They might not have the same ease in passing these initiatives as they did the pandemic relief bill. They were able to garner full party support in the evenly divided Senate. In the case of the 50-50 Senate split, of course, Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote. Now, they say moderate Democrats want leaders to work with Republicans to secure their votes. But more liberal members and some economists are pressing to use their majorities in both chambers and the White House to confront issues important to them, like climate change. I'm getting a little confused about how we're going to get anything done. According to Jim Manley, who was an aide to the former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, he says, it's only going to get more difficult from here on out. There's only more divisions over here. There's a certain sense of spending fatigue setting in on Capitol Hill. Spend, 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 spend. Republicans are already panning the packages too big, too costly. They're not going to support it. Seems like Joe Biden has an insatiable appetite to spend more money and raise people's taxes. Steve Scalise of Louisiana, in an interview with the Associated Press. Now, he predicted, if approved, the new spending and taxes will start having a negative impact on the economy, which we're very concerned about. Sweeping in scope, the plan aims to make generational investments in infrastructure, revive domestic manufacturing, combat climate change, keep the U.S. competitive with China, according to administration officials. Of course, the White House is emphasizing the urgency here. This is urgent. It also insists it will not be considered an emergency response like the COVID bill was, that Biden signed into law with zero Republican support. They'd like to see progress on the new legislation by Memorial Day and have it passed sometime over the summer, according to the White House. Now, while hoping for some collaboration, they're going to go it alone. Democrats say they will go it alone, just like they did with the COVID package, if they hit a wall of Republican opposition. Based on what's buried in the details, what's in the fine print, that's probably going to happen. At some point, the printing press ink is going to run dry. You can't just keep printing. All right, let me share this one with you. I came across this from one of our listeners' posts. I'm not exactly sure when this was put together. It seems like I've seen it a time or two before, but I don't think I've ever shared it on the program. But it's definitely worth a listen. According to the headline, it was an obituary printed in the London Times. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. The obituary reads like this: Today we mourn the passing of a beloved old friend, Common Sense, who's been with us for many years. No one knows for sure how old he was, since his birth records were long ago lost in bureaucratic red tape. He'll be remembered as having cultivated such valuable lessons as knowing when to come in out of the rain, why the early bird gets the worm, that life isn't always fair, and maybe it was my fault. Common sense lived by simple, sound financial policies. Don't spend more than you can earn. And reliable strategies. Adults, not children, are in charge. His health began to deteriorate rapidly when well-intentioned but overbearing regulations were set in place. Reports of a 6-year-old boy charged with sexual harassment for kissing a classmate. Teens suspended from school for using mouthwash after lunch. A teacher fired for reprimanding an unruly student that only worsened his condition. Common sense lost ground when parents attacked teachers for doing the job they themselves had failed to do in disciplining their unruly children. Common sense lost the will to live as churches became businesses and criminals received better treatment than their victims. Common sense took a beating when you couldn't defend yourself from a burglar in your own home, and the burglar could sue you for assault. Common sense finally gave up the will to live after a woman failed to realize that a steaming cup of coffee was hot. She spilled a little in her lap and was promptly awarded a huge settlement. Common sense was preceded in death by his parents, truth and trust, by his wife, discretion, by his daughter, responsibility, as well as his son, reason. Common sense is survived by his 5 stepchildren. I know my rights. Second child, I want it now. His third child, someone else is to blame. Number 4, I'm a victim. And last child, pay me for doing nothing. Not many attended his funeral because so few realized he was actually gone. If you still remember him, maybe pass this on, and if not, join the majority and do nothing. Mourning the loss of common sense. How true that is. Yeah, whoever put that together, that is rather brilliant. Get back to the calls. Morning heat wave. What do you say?
No, not a whole hell of a lot there, senor. Just sitting here in Reno waiting for a load out of here. Hey, but just, I know what Eagle was talking about. I've been looking for that video where that young lady is just continuously saying, please let these people have their dignity. Please leave and let these people have their dignity. I mean, it's a good thing Ted Cruz was there, because if she would have said that to me over and over like that, I probably would have slapped her into next year. I mean, it was so disgusting the way she was trying to say, these people need to have dignity.
Yeah. Well,
no, these people don't.
I typed in...
They don't need to have dignity.
Go to YouTube and typed... All I did was I went to YouTube, like you said, typed in Ted Cruz, and it's the first video that popped up there. I found it immediately while he was talking.
You did, you? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, because I even commented on it. It's like, that woman ought to be fired, for trying to hide their ineptness. And, God, I tell you what, that is so... we have a state senator in New Mexico. His name is Brett, and forgive me if I mispronounce his last name, but it's Kokinadis, Kokinadis. He's a Republican that represents my area of New Mexico in the state Senate, and he is asking for volunteers to help with dealing with the 2,400 immigrant children through the deal with the feds. It's like, this is not a Republican problem. Don't do the Democrats' dirty work. You let them do this, because this is what they wanted. And how in the hell could we pay for someone else's issues that came up illegally, children or not? We don't have that kind of money to spend on these people. We can't even spend it on ourselves. As far as I know, New Mexico is still closed. They're always spouting off this stuff, we need to get the vaccine, and you still need to wear a mask, and you still need to stay 6 feet apart from each other. It's like, well, if that's the case, then it means the vaccines don't work. It's not about the vaccines. It's not about helping people get through this. It's control, and they're seeing how far they can go before, they get slapped. And apparently they have gone way too far. I mean, I'm not a heartless bastard. These kids have families, and it's a shame what the families did to these kids by sending them up here, renting them to be a part of a, quote, family unit, unquote, for a bunch of people who may not be related to them. We don't know. Children need to be sent back to their parents. The criminal element that's coming through, send them back or shoot them. I'm tired of supporting these illegals that have criminal records, murders, rapes, child molestations, drugs. I'm done. I've never really been in support of, but I damn sure ain't in support of it now. The best way to keep them people out is be judge, jury, and executioner right there on the line at the border. And some folks are going to say, heat wave. That's awful harsh. Well, so is a loved one up here in the States getting murdered, getting raped, having their body pumped full of drugs because they're making accessible up here. You know, I've got 2 kids of my own, and one of my daughters has 5 kids of her own. The other one's still working on getting kids, but, you know, take care of our own first. And let's stop calling these people immigrants, because they are not immigrants. They are illegal aliens. I guess I pretty much shot my chance for a career in politics, which is just about 10 steps below a car salesman and about another step below whale dung at the bottom of the ocean.
Now, what you're essentially saying is you want a secure border. You want a country that has borders, which, you know, that's what got Donald Trump elected. And, you know, how leading up to the 2020 election, it was almost a non-issue about the southern border, but it has suddenly, since the election, become the number one issue. And much like you, the overwhelming majority of American people are not happy with what's going on the southern border. They're not happy with the way the current administration is handling the thing. They want to stop the flow.
Exactly. I'm done. You know, if they want to have these illegal aliens in their houses, you know, by God, put down your address in a newspaper, in a Spanish-speaking newspaper. That way they know whose lawn to go ahead and slumber on. They're not going to be at my place, and they're not going to be using my barn as a getaway from, you know, the elements or whatnot. Yeah, take care of, you know, there was a movie back in the 80s that was about King Arthur. And Guinevere was complaining to Arthur about Sir Galahad, you know, in her virtues being challenged by one of the other knights of the Round Table. And she was pleading with the king, and Arthur looked at her and said, look, laws are laws to be followed by those of high and low position. Because if they're not followed by either side, then they're not laws at all. They're merely suggestions. And I suggest that these people start enforcing the laws on the books. We don't need to be spending our time and money on someone else's problems. We have enough of our own. Going up and down I-5 the other day, going to Portland, there are tent cities out there on the banks of rivers, on the banks of irrigation ditches, on the sides of, you know, drainage ditches. We need to take care of our own first before we get someone else's problems up here. You know, they're talking about, well, the American citizen needs to stay calm and they need to stay wearing the mask. They need to get vaccinated. We need to stay 6 feet apart. But these illegal aliens coming in, don't worry about them. They'll be fine. But we'll put them on their own recognizance. Well, they've already showed that they cannot follow the rule of law because they've invaded this country. They've come here illegally. An immigrant comes in through the proper channels. Someone who gets a green card has gone through the proper channels. Those seeking citizenship here have done everything by the book. And it may have taken them some time and some money, but they have done everything that they were legally supposed to do to become an American citizen. We do not need to make 11 million or 22 million or 50 million citizens overnight. I'm sorry. I'm done. I am just totally done with this. And if there were some politicians or anybody with a lick of sense up in D.C. that's listening to this program that hears what I have to say, take it to heart, people. We are tired of the nonsense. I'd call it what it is, but I'd get bleeped. So we'll call it BS instead of nonsense. So, anyways, well, let me get off of that soapbox and get on to something a little funnier. I have a daughter named Charlotte, and she married a gentleman with the last name of Johnson. And when she was little, I would sing her that song "Swingin'" by John Anderson. Little did I know how prophetic it would be that she would actually become
Charlotte Johnson.
Charlotte Johnson.
How about that?
And then I was talking to her earlier saying, well, I got my second COVID shot is coming up on the 3rd, Saturday. And she says, yeah, I need to get mine set up. I said, well, both of y'all need to. And I said, no pun intended, but both of y'all need to get that one shot and done, a Johnson & Johnson.
There you go.
I'll tell you what, life, it can be funny at times. Senor, you have yourself a good night. We'll holler at you later.
All right. Thank you much, Heat Wave. Right there, we're rolling toward news break, bottom of the hour. Plenty of room for you. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Marsha Blackburn, the Republican Senator Blackburn, is demanding answers from the Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement this past day. Remember the story that broke about a week ago that they're going to spend $86.9 million buying hotel rooms to house more than 1,200 illegals. The Biden administration awarded ICE an $86.9 million contract through the Texas-based nonprofit Endeavors for hotel rooms near the border, temporary shelter, processing services for families that have been expelled from the United States but have been placed in immigration proceedings for their removal. Senator Blackburn, she's from Tennessee, by the way, in a letter to the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and ICE Acting Director Tay Johnson, questioning the nonprofit's past financial disclosures and how these new contract funds are going to be used. Now, she said back in 2018, Endeavors brought in over $38 million in contributions and grants, and noted that IRS filings show that nearly $22 million, or almost half of those contributions, went to salaries. This raises questions is half of the $86.9 million in ICE contract proceeds likewise going to go to employees and executive compensation rather than migrant services or housing? As the current contract stands, the cost to taxpayers for housing 1,200 migrant families for 6 months is about $71,000 per person. Do the math. For a family of 4, that's $284,000. That's enough to buy a damn house. The ICE contract with Endeavors provides 1,239 beds and other necessary services for families, including a comprehensive health assessment and COVID-19 testing, other services provided by Endeavor for migrant families, victim services, therapeutic regimens, educational resources, and mental health care. Endeavors also offers culturally appropriate, trauma-informed child centers, case management, home study, and post-release services for unaccompanied children and their sponsors. Blackburn raising concerns that Endeavor's CEO, John Allman, did not provide any specific details about the contract when asked. It's not clear whether this nonprofit has ever previously managed a contract of this magnitude, housed a migrant population of this size, or served vulnerable children without actually putting them at further risk. Okay, Allman deferred questions regarding specific details about the contract to ICE. DHS and ICE must provide commitments to assure Congress and the American public that Endeavors is up to the task. All right, they may actually be doing more harm, more damage to these vulnerable migrant children. Wow, how about that? All right, back after a news break again. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID cases are now on the rise in 27 states, with health officials worrying that a fourth surge of infections is just around the corner. The U.S. is averaging around 64,000 new COVID cases a day, the highest rate in more than a month. Dr. Jonathan Reiner of George Washington University Hospital tells CNN that younger patients are leading the new wave of infections, and the best way to deal with it would be to make extra efforts to vaccinate them.
We can't wait for them to come to us. We can't wait for them to get onto the portals and make their reservations. We need to get out into the community, no reservations required, and start vaccinating people like crazy. Mm-hmm. You know, like forest fires, firefighters do when they go and put out these hot spots. We need to actively go and put out these hot spots, not just by masking now, not just by closing down, but by vaccinating like crazy.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Where we leave off there, we'll jump right back into it here. Speaking of what's going on in D.C., okay. Looks like Chucky Schumer and his Senate Democrats, his colleagues, have a bit of a gun control problem on their hands. See, President Biden promised his liberal supporters he's going to get some gun control legislation passed. But even the bill that was viewed as having the best chance of reaching his desk has been declared dead on arrival in the upper chamber. Yeah, there were two bills that have passed in the House. This H.R. 8 is the bill that was supposed to have, again, the best chance of passing, expanding background checks to a universal level, kind of viewed as being at least somewhat less onerous to Second Amendment supporters. It appears Schumer and Pelosi won't even be able to reuse their bogus reconciliation scheme to hammer H.R. 8 through because it's not going to reach 50 votes on the Senate floor. So now it's back to the drawing board, they say. Schumer's still claiming that he's going to bring something to the floor when the Senate Easter recess ends, when they return. What that's going to be is still kind of a mystery, but Senate Democrats kind of punted on taking up House gun control bills last Friday as they acknowledged the restrictions put forward by Nancy Pelosi were dead on arrival, according to Senate aides. Facing pressure from gun control activists and Democrat elected officials alike, Chuck Schumer told colleagues he's going to bring background check legislation to the floor shortly after the Senate returns for business on April the 12th. Now, here's the key. Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, that's a Democrat. John Tester of Montana, that's a Democrat. Of course, Susan Collins of Maine, publicly stating their opposition to the House-passed background check bill. Democrats would have to find viable replacements. And with the political environment right now, it's pretty much an impossible task. Their best hopes of getting 50 votes rested with Manchin, possibly Tester and Collins, but all three have already given a thumbs down. Now, realizing that West Virginia, Montana, Maine all have solid histories of supporting gun ownership, and voters there would not be pleased by this bill no matter which letter comes after your name. So kind of like it's the battle of political survival for Manchin and Tester. They'd be kind of sealing their own fate, and they don't want to do that. Kind of sad, but that's what it really comes down to in D.C. Now, although if you are representing a very supporting gun control constituency. That's the people that get you to your position in Washington, D.C. You're supposed to be representing those people. So at least on that front, seems like they're seeing the bigger picture. Much talk this week about the Suez Canal, the blockage, which is now, I think, those 250-plus ships that had been backed up waiting to get through. They're in the process, one by one, of getting those ships through the canal. But apparently, there's a bit of a bigger story. There's actually been a series of unfortunate incidents in Egypt in recent days, including not just the Suez Canal chaos, a train crash that killed 32 people. Many believe it's the curse of the pharaohs. In the last week, a number of travesties have plagued the country. And it's all happened since it was announced that 22 mummies are going to be transferred to a new museum, including the remains of King Ramses II. Shortly after the news of that transfer, the megaship became stuck in the canal. Finally reopened yesterday. Then on last Friday, at least 32 were killed and dozens more injured when two passenger trains collided in central Egypt. Shocking images, people trapped inside flipped carriages surrounded by twisted metal. One train had rammed into the rear of another. In a further cruel twist, the following day, an apartment building collapsed in Cairo, leaving 18 more dead. While many say this is, it's just a run of unbelievable bad luck, others are blaming an ancient curse that's inscribed in the tomb, which reads, "Death will come on quick wings for those who disturb the king's peace." A lot of social media users have been quick to pick up the legend. They believed this transfer is going to cause great disaster. The curse is said to not differentiate between thieves or archaeologists. It's claimed to cause bad luck, illness, or death to anyone who disturbs the mummies of ancient Egypt. One person tweeted, "I have a feeling the catastrophes that have been happening over the last few days are all happening due to the move that is scheduled for the 3rd of April. Yeah, kind of harkens back to the movie, The Mummy, right? Don't disturb. All right. That's what's going on in Egypt anyway. It's about 15 before the hour. Let's get back to your calls. Room for you if you want to jump on board at 844-3388. What's going on with Gilligan this morning? Hey there.
Oh, just riding up 81, my normal thing here in Virginia. Clear night, least. You was talking about there with the bills for gun control. Well, somebody brought up earlier that a group of cows is called a herd, a group of geese is called a flock. I don't know whether you know this or not, but a group of baboons is called a congress. Well, that explains it, I mean, it's just plain and simple. But anyway, Buggy Gouger was talking about that guy with 2 monkeys on his back. They're in the truck stop. Mm-hmm. I can't top that story, but I've got a good one for you. I was driving down the road, it's called 78, almost into Jersey one morning. It was Easter Sunday morning, I think it's 2010. I seen something in the windshield of the car coming up on me when I checked my mirrors. It looked like something round and kind of gold colored. Well, car got up beside me. I glanced down. This guy was driving down the road playing a trumpet.
Wow.
Thought that was a little interesting, but I guess it would be playing a guitar or banjo or fiddle or something like that. I guess if you had a convertible, you might be able to play a tuba, but, I don't know. thing you see on the road. You just never know.
You never know.
Exactly. Well, they're trying to pass all these gun control laws, and it has nothing to do with fighting crime. We all know that. It has to do with controlling the people. Here's a headline for these idiots. Think about it. Criminals don't follow the law. So why would new legislation do anything to stop crime? But it's like your obituary earlier, but that's a common sense.
Yep.
Anyway, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve. Take care of yourself.
Well, Gilligan, thank you so much for checking in. Yep, you do the same. Be safe out there. Rolling up on 81 is regular gig, right? All right, checking out the radar scene. What else we got here? Kind of refresh things. See where our heavy rains is. Everything going to continue to gradually push off to the east here on a Wednesday morning. All right, we've got a broad area of some fairly heavy rain falling now from central and eastern Ohio. The heaviest rains have now pushed just to the east of Louisville, but central Kentucky, you are locked in. Yeah, nearly from the West Virginia line over there all the way back into, again, about from Louisville southward. Yeah, we've seen some heavy rains pushing through the Nashville area. Looks like maybe a little bit of a break. See what direction it's all pushing. Yeah, it looks like you're going to have more rains pushing into Nashville again here over the next few hours, coming in from the southwest. That's what we see. Rains on down to the northeastern Mississippi, northern Alabama. You're socked into the rains, and as we progress on into the early hours of a Wednesday, more rains going to be pushing into northern Georgia. That's why we've got flood watches across the board in that region of the country. Under our other industry headlines this morning, Tesla and the Tesla semi-truck, which was delayed and delayed and delayed again, is now again being delayed. According to the release, it's probably going to be 2022 before Tesla semi-production. Battery cell constraints, according to Elon Musk. Musk raising concerns about the electric trucks in a comment on Twitter, hinting that production was too, what he called, cell constrained. They've already seen several delays, as I mentioned, since 2019 when they were first expected to hit the market. Then last summer, Musk said that the Semi was getting closer to being rolled out, and it's time to go all out and bring the Tesla Semi to volume production. But then, of course, in January, another setback, pushing production to be expected sometime later half of this year. Main reason we've not accelerated new products is, example, the Tesla Semi. We simply don't have enough cells for it, batteries. If we were to make the Semi, like right now, which we could easily go into production with the Semi, we would not have enough cells for it. We have enough cells for Semi. We will have enough cells for Semi when we're producing the Tesla 4680 in volume. There's been recent evidence of an optimistic outlook for the 2021 timeline. We've seen several occasions where the Tesla Semi prototypes have been spotted on a number of occasions out west. Then here a few days ago, I guess over the weekend, Musk alluded that an even later date, when he responded to a question, he said, we're too cell constrained right now. We probably will be okay next year. Okay, then we were talking about the winds. Yes, the howling winds that we saw, high wind warnings that were widespread Monday into Tuesday. Multiple tractor trailers knocked over in South Dakota Monday. And the blustery conditions are actually expected to continue right on up into the next weekend here. There was a hazardous weather outlook issued for most of South Dakota this past day on Tuesday. Said winds gusting in excess of 45 miles per hour with low humidity. Critical fire danger. They did have 3 separate wildfires break out this past day. Similar conditions plagued the state on Monday. Multiple semi-trucks across multiple highways throughout the day, according to the Highway Patrol there. This hazardous outlook statement is expected to remain relevant through the rest of the week, actually continuing into the weekend. So the word is be safe out there, drivers. Be careful riding around in the heavy winds. All right, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Next up here, I'm not seeing a name, so we'll just punch it up, see who've we got on the line.
Steve, it does that to me every time. It's Big Sexy.
Oh, it does.
Some reason every time you say it, don't show my name.
I think maybe because your phone, maybe it's not as crystal clear. I don't know. There's a big, sexy.
Okay. Reason I called in was that story a while ago you was reading about the immigration. And you talking about that, where I forgot how many million they were getting that nonprofit to do all that.
86.9 million.
And you're talking about the taking care of all these children. What about the children here in the United States? Let's take care of our own first.
You think?
We need to take care of our own and close off these borders, take care of our own people, and then worry about everybody else. It just makes me fighting mad to listen to that stuff. It's going to get to a point to where the people in this country are going to get tired of this stuff. And I hate to say it, but we may have to take this country back.
You know, things that even make you more angry. The report yesterday out of, I think it was out of San Diego, and it came up apparently in the press conference this past day. The press secretary, Psaki, was grilled when the word came out that San Diego public school teachers volunteering to teach migrant children in person before returning to the classroom to teach the students in their own damn district. Psaki seemed to defend the in-person instruction. They should be fired, yes.
Fired and replace them. I mean, my gosh. They won't teach our own kids, but they want to teach migrant kids? I mean, they shouldn't have a job to start with then.
Well, you can't make this stuff up, Big Sexy, yes, every day. I mean, of course, the teachers' unions have been fighting about going back to classroom learning. I think California, at least San Diego, is supposed to return to in-person classes. I think it's April the 12th. I'll double-check on that.
Well, I don't know about there where you are, but here in Arkansas, we finished last year online with learning.
Yep.
But when we started this school year back, we were back in school except for occasions where they might be an outbreak and they go a week or two virtual with a few classes because of COVID. But we've been in school all year.
Same with my grandchildren. They've been in school. I think the very first week of school to start the year was online, and then they've been back in class ever since.
That's when we started the school year back in class, and then I know my grandson, the middle school he goes to, there was like a week or two that they put them virtual for like 2 or 3 of the classes because of outbreak. But that was an outbreak with teachers, not students, that they didn't have enough faculty. But then, once they got them off, it wasn't really the outbreak. They were quarantined because of being in contact.
Mm-hmm.
And once they got enough of them back in class, where they could teach, they brought them back. And that's the only time that they've been out. Other than, they just got a spring break. But other than that, they've been in school. And then you hear places like Chicago and all that out of school. Memphis just went back. I mean, it's ridiculous. But on a different subject, just talking about the weather. I know you're kind of interested in the weather, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever thought about taking any of the classes?
Not really. No, I'd be like a certified weather spotter kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to actually spot, but it gives you the knowledge that, especially with you giving weather over the radio. I guess you want to call it radio, whatever how you want to
right,
find
sure.
the program.
Yeah.
But they've got a couple classes. They're usually on like 2 hour classes. There's the basic spotter, and then there's the advanced, which gives you more of the stuff on the radar. And it don't take but like an hour or two, and you can do them on online. Some of the weather service bureaus even have it on YouTube. You just watch the class, send in the 5 or 6 keywords they give you during it, and they send you a link with your certification, and you're certified for a couple of years.
Interesting.
And it would give you more knowledge about what's going on.
Yeah, I've never looked into that. I've learned a lot about the weather over the years. But I'm sure there's a whole lot that I don't know. So maybe I'll check into that.
Yeah, I know the advanced. I'm certified on the spotter and the advanced, and then I went through Comic Med Ed and got some classes certified there too. But it breaks it down, shows you how to use the radar on the you see them going on your local weather when they break in with warnings. They pull up the velocity, how to read that velocity and read what's going on, all that stuff. And there are even some apps on some of them's. If you have to pay for them, they're not very expensive. Some of them's inexpensive. Some of them you can get for free on your phones where you can see the velocity and stuff, and you can. It gives you more of an idea of what you're looking at.
Yeah. Okay.
And when you're doing nationwide weather, that might give you a little bit. I didn't know if you'd ever thought about that or even knew those classes were offered like that. But that's something you might, in your free time, might want to look at sometime.
I appreciate the heads up there. Yeah, because I've never really looked into it, and I'd be kind of interested in that though. I might just do that.
Yeah, it breaks it down. It even explains you got certain things that you have to, like a severe thunderstorm has to meet certain levels to be classified as severe, and it tells you what those are, what to look for, and stuff like that. And it ain't like you got to go out and spot and call it all in. You can just having the knowledge to be able to tell what's going on. Nothing else help you and your family,
Sure.
So, and it's a free class, so can't be free.
Hey, the old, if it's free, it's for me. Hell yeah, I'll take that. All right, Big Sexy, thank you for checking in there. Get those papers delivered. It is 844-844-3388. Back to your calls after a news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID cases are now on the rise in 27 states, with health officials worrying that a fourth surge of infections is just around the corner. The U.S. is averaging around 64,000 new COVID cases a day, the highest rate in more than a month. Dr. Jonathan Reiner of George Washington University Hospital tells CNN that younger patients are leading the new wave of infections, and the best way to deal with it would be to make extra efforts to vaccinate them.
We can't wait for them to come to us. We can't wait for them to get onto the portals and make their reservations. We need to get out into the community, no reservations required, and start vaccinating people like crazy. Mm-hmm. Like forest fires, firefighters do when they go and put out these hot spots. We need to actively go and put out these hot spots, not just by masking now, not just by closing down, but by vaccinating like crazy.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it to. Right now, MediShare is waiving their new member fees. This could save you money on top of all that you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, seeing the cost of COBRA plans, for instance, and MediShare is the affordable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves $500 a month. you might save even more. Medishare is a Christian community that shares each other's healthcare costs, and because of the current economic situation, they're making it easier than ever. Apply by March 31st. You can save an additional $170 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Just tell them the promo code SHARE to receive your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch like more than 400,000 people already have and start saving. Here it is. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Police in New York City are investigating an assault against an Asian woman as a hate crime. Lance Pry has more from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
New York City police are on the lookout for the attacker caught on video brutally beating a 65-year-old Asian woman who was on her way to church. The assailant pummeled her while she was on the ground and is wanted for a hate crime. An individual described in reports as a security guard seemed unwilling to render aid to the woman and instead just simply closes the door after the attack. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
New York Mayor Bill de Blasio called the attack absolutely disgusting and called on New Yorkers to step up and help their fellow citizens. He said the security guard's actions in the video were absolutely unacceptable. Police say the woman was hospitalized with serious physical injuries but has since been released. The company that manages the building says that the staff members seen in the video standing by as the assault happened have been suspended pending an investigation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
The Mount Rushmore National Memorial has been closed until further notice as wildfires burn out of control in the area.
Hundreds of firefighters are battling high winds and heavy smoke near Keystone, South Dakota, as wildfires force the closure of Mount Rushmore. Travis Bushman of the U.S. Forest Service gives us this update.
Mount Rushmore National Memorial is closed and will remain closed. We evaluate it really on a daily basis, but it's closed primarily because the fire has directly affected the two main access roads into the memorial.
The wildfire is burning in heavy dead and downed timber, with the National Weather Service estimating winds today gusting up to 55 miles per hour. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And NFL owners have approved a 17-game schedule for the 2021 season. Each team will now play an additional interconference game, with the regular season ending on January 9th, 2022, and Super Bowl 56 pushed back a week to February 13th. The players initially agreed to the extra game in their 2020 collective bargaining agreement. The preseason will now be cut down to 3 games, with each team remaining with 1 bye week. The new schedule also guarantees that each team will play an international game at least once in an 8-year period. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Little advance warning for you here as we get another hour underway. Law enforcement agencies throughout New Jersey starting tomorrow, partnering for the next month, conducting high visibility distracted driving enforcement. They're calling it the You Drive, You Text, You Pay. The law enforcement campaign begins April 1, runs through the end of the month statewide. During the enforcement effort, officers are going to be assigned to conduct proactive enforcement operations utilizing marked vehicles as well as unmarked vehicles. They will be targeting drivers who engage in distracted driving behaviors, texting, talking on a handheld phone, eating and drinking, talking to other people in the really talking to other people in the you're not allowed to talk to anybody when you're driving. Is that I missed that one. Or using a GPS device. It's what it says. According to the Highway Traffic Administration, 2,841 people were killed in distracted driving crashes. 400,000 were injured in the year 2018. In New Jersey, driver inattention is listed as a contributing circumstance in 50% of that state's crashes. Driver inattention, a fact listed as a contributing factor in crashes at a rate 7 times higher than that of the next highest contributing factor, which would be speed. All right, New Jersey was one of apparently 8 states nationally to receive dedicated federal funds this year to tackle the issue of distracted driving. Federal funding will be used for police overtime, enforcement grants at the local level, as well as statewide multimedia public awareness campaigns. Okay. So they're watching to see, could they actually pull you over and say, I saw your lips moving? I've never heard of such a thing. Yes, texting, holding the phone up to your ear. You know, there have been instances of people I know of for being pulled over, like actually eating a hamburger while they were driving. I remember one story a couple of years ago. I think the judge threw that one out, but like the officer pulled him over and said, I've been behind you for blah, blah, blah miles, and you've been eating the whole time. Okay. But talking to others in the vehicle. Let me get back to your calls here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. We're all on the same page now, all right? 31st day of March, wrapping up another month. Richard, I believe, is on the line. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Steve. It's great to talk to you. I'm a first-time caller. Been listening to you for several years and really enjoy your show. Did want to say that I certainly support nearly everything that Heatwave said. And also the last caller that talked about immigration and taking care of our people first. Hopefully we'll get some more of the Trump influence back, but I think this guy we've got in as president must just be totally overwhelmed, and you can see it in his actions. Somebody is pushing him to the left to do all of this stuff. He just doesn't have a backbone to stand on his own.
Yeah.
But the reason I called, I heard earlier on this evening they were talking about overheating, which reminded me of a funny story. Before we were married, my wife and her mother were out shopping, and they were driving Grandpa's car, his new Cadillac, and as they were driving home, the red light came on the dash that said hot, and she was telling me about it, and I said, well, what did you do when that red light hot came on? And she said, well, I drove faster so we could get home quicker.
Oh, my.
But fortunately, it didn't burn the engine in the car. But I thought it was a funny story. But again, I really enjoy your show. I set my alarm on my cell phone for midnight so I can wake up and listen to you when you come on the air. And I wish you the best and your family and your radio family. And thank you for taking my call.
Sure. What part of the country are you from, Richard?
Radio family. And,
Okay, turned up his radio. I was just going to ask you what part of the country you were from. I was going to see if you've tried the Hot Shot Secret products and maybe hook you up with a code. I think I got his number, so. Hey, thank you so much. Richard, appreciate you taking the time to dial us up. He was a first-time caller, so I appreciate that. Who's next up here? Let's jump on down and check in with Darren again this morning. Hello, Darren. How the heck are you?
Not bad, Steve. Thank you for letting my son talk on the show twice now. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Hey, he's a pleasure to talk to. How old is Colton?
He'll be 10 next Friday.
Okay. Because we were talking. I can't tell how old he is. He sounds like he's about 8 or 9. Yeah, so that's a pretty good guess.
Yeah, I told him we went on a cruise years back with you guys. He wants to see a picture of Steve when we get home.
Okay. How about that? How many?
That's when one of the ball caps that was given out had the misspelling of cruise on it.
That was, wow, boy, that's second or third cruise. We're going back a few years on that one, yeah.
Yeah.
I do remember that, though. That was kind of comical.
He's just been having a blast talking to everybody, telling everybody he was on a national radio show and all that stuff.
How about that? Well, that's great. So he's had a good time out there with you?
Say again?
Has he had a good time out there on the road with you?
Oh, yeah. He's had a great time. It's being cut short, like he said, part shortage. They've canceled our run rest of the week.
Okay. How about
That's why
that?
we're heading back to the terminal. He's already sound asleep. I'm going to get a couple hours sleep before we load up the car to head home.
So are you hauling like for GM or
hoping to have
Ford
a
or
full week.
what manufacturer are you hauling for?
Nissan.
Okay. Yeah, they're all impacted. Is it the chip shortage thing? Is that what it is?
I believe that's what they said. They're just telling us a part shortage. You had the same problem with Subaru as well.
Okay. Yep. So it's not only impacting the auto workers,
of the beast.
it's impacting all the drivers of the trucks and the freight that move that stuff. Well, best wishes to you. I guess enjoy a few days off. You'll get they put you on like unemployment for a week or something, or
no, because I'll just be off.
Okay.
Because you worked 2 days already. You've made more than what you can collect on unemployment.
Wow.
It's
Interesting.
really screwy how that stuff's set up.
Yeah. Well, all righty. Well,
but he'll be bugging you in July when we come back out here, when he comes back out on summer vacation.
That's great. Well, we'll look forward to that. Yeah, and I got your number here to watch your text messages. We'll get you that code here.
All righty. Thank you very much, Steve.
Appreciate you tuning in.
Have a great night.
Yep, you got it. There you go. About 15 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Philip's on the line, so I guess this would be the right time. I did not catch it live, but it didn't come out as planned. The latest SpaceX prototype of the Starship destroyed during the landing attempt once again. Now, apparently, they say the live stream of the flight, the test, the live stream froze as the rocket was coming in to land, and the thick fog around the SpaceX facility in Texas made it difficult for even witnesses to see what happened. But this was SN-11. They reached the target altitude, like 32,800 feet. And, of course, the prototype, they stand about 150 feet tall, about the size of a 15-story building. each powered by 3 of the Raptor rocket engines. Elon Musk sent out a tweet about a half hour after the test that said, quote, "At least the crater is in the right place." I guess that was a really hard landing, in other words. Something significant happened shortly after the landing burn start. We should know more about what it was once we examine the bits later today. The principal integration engineer noted that the thick fog in the area prevented the company from showing camera views beyond those that were actually on the rocket itself. But the frozen view that we saw in the camera doesn't mean we're waiting for the signal to come back. Starship 11 is not coming back. Don't wait for the landing, he says. We do appear to have lost all the data from the vehicle, and the team, of course, is away from the landing pad, so we'll be out there seeing what we had. So I'm not real sure what all that means. So we've lost all the data. I'm guessing that means kind of like the first and the last couple that exploded on impact. This one apparently came down incredibly hard because it left a crater. Is that what you're hearing, Philip?
Yeah, if you watch the SpaceX feed, Steve, at the end of it, the guy said, "We've had another exciting Starship flight." So, they didn't come out and say that it crashed, but it didn't go very well. But before I talk about it, I want to mention one thing, and you might want to pull this article up if you can. Yesterday, there was a lady that was a pedestrian that got killed in a hit and run down in Sanford, Florida. It's a very crazy story. If you guys can pull that story up, it's very it's something that everybody needs to look at. A gentleman hit a motorcycle and killed a motorcycle rider, and then came back, and the pedestrian that was helping him also perished. So if you can pull that article up, it's from Sanford, Florida, yesterday. Again, back to SpaceX, and my condolences out to those folks that lost their loved ones in that crash with the motorcycle and the pedestrian. The pedestrian, one of their children goes to school with my daughter. So, but again, back to SpaceX. That was a very strange flight. I've never ever seen a flight take off where you couldn't see it. All you could see was fog, and then you see the fire behind the fog, and then you saw the footage of the rocket taking off. And have you looked at any of the footage, Steve?
I have not yet seen it. No, sir.
Well, it shows the footage. You can see where it took off out of the fog, and when it clears and gets up in the sky where the sky's clear, everything's great. But if you look at the engine shots of it, there's actually a fire going on inside by where the engines are. And that's what kind of concerns them. I know Musk had posted yesterday that possibly a problem with engine number 2 with a pressurization problem might have caused what happened. Now, I seen some pictures of the facility last night on the 24/7 screen, and the debris is in the road beside the launch site. So it was up a little ways off the ground, but it almost went into the tank farm. It was that close. The debris is actually up and down the main road that goes to the launch site, because there's one road that runs in right beside where the launch site is, and that's the main road that they shut down for the beach. So it was an interesting flight, but there was a couple things that puzzled me about it. Was, why do you take off in fog? And then why would you even telecast or televise that? And I don't know. It was a real weird situation with that launch. Hopefully Musk can get it right and stuff, but they're not going to launch the next one for a while. That SN-15 is going to be the next one, and it's still being worked up over in their area where tents in their high bay and the mid bay are. So it's going to be a while before we see another one. So I don't know if Musk just wanted to get this one out of the way and be done with it, or what they were doing. I really don't, but it was a very strange deal. I didn't even know it took off until I went to my first break at work, and I saw them looking at the fog saying, where is it? What happened? And that was pretty much it. So, but that's all I got, Steve, and you have a good one, bud. Thank
All
you.
right. Hey, one question. Do you know why they had like SN 8, 9, 10, 11? Why is the next one 15? What's 12, 13, 14? Where are they?
Those are test articles that in the program, and they're not for they're not going to be utilized in a actual launch situation. You know what I mean? It's like a test article, sort of like we had with the Shuttle Enterprise.
Yeah.
The Shuttle Enterprise was not utilized in space. It never had heat tiles on it or any of the actual testing. The vehicles are used for another test, and other than being actual flying, the actual flying test. So, but the SN-15 is supposed to be the updated most version of it. So it will have a lot more stuff going on with it. It possibly you might even see heat tiles on this one. I know they had talked about putting heat tiles on 11, but I don't know if 11 had them or not. I know were talking about it. That's the thing. What you guys are seeing out there with this Starship is just the inside of it. They haven't built the outside of it yet, which is the heat tiles for the orbital launches.
Yeah.
And also, Steve, caller mentioned earlier about weather. You can become a member of the AMS. It's the American Meteorological Society. I can't have talk. But you can become a meteorologist. There is a college course for it. You can take all those college classes. So if you're interested in becoming a meteorologist, it's all out there, bud.
Okay.
So I'll catch you later, buddy.
Thank you much. Good to hear from you there, Philip. I pulled that video up, and yeah, you can't really see anything. Simply from SpaceX, it simply says, promise there's a rocket there somewhere. All you really see is a wall of fog and then a big, bright orange flash, a.k.a. fireball. But that's it. So it came down kaboom. And again, Elon Musk said, well, at least the crater's in the right place. Like, well, it was coming down where it was supposed to come down, but kaboom. It definitely exploded. All right, looking at 24 past the hour. Let me see here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Let's jump over, I believe it's Tina. Good morning, Tina.
Good morning. Happy Hump Day.
Yes.
I just want to call real quick. There's a really bad accident, I-75 northbound in Ohio, mile marker 26, right before the rest area. Only the left lane and berm is open. The only thing there's debris everywhere. I've seen 2 tractor trailers, but I don't know if there's any other vehicles involved or not.
Okay.
So that's really all I had today was just to report that accident for everybody.
75
But you can hardly see anything.
Northbound at the 26.
North in Ohio. Yep, northbound, mile marker 26. It's right before the rest area, right before Monroe.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Like I said, at least 2 tractor trailers.
And maybe
debris
more.
everywhere. One tractor trailer is facing the wrong way, so I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know how many vehicles are involved.
All right, well, I'll see
But
what I
it's going
can.
to be that way for a while.
We'll see what we can find out from this end. Appreciate the heads up, though, for the drivers out there. There you go, 75 northbound in the Buckeye, about the 26-mile marker. Let's see, what else do we have? All right. Who's making the best money out there driving a truck? The website, truckdriversalary.com, gives a ranking of the highest-paying trucking companies in the U.S., based on what drivers take home yearly and hourly. Now, they say they use multiple third-party tools to collect company salary data, and that individual pay rates can vary based on factors like driving experience and location. But here's the breakdown, the current list of the top 10 companies according to the site's pay ranking. Coming in at number 10, DOT Foods Transportation, DOT Foods Transportation, $77,807 annual salary, $37.41 per hour. Number 9, Western Express, $38.28 per hour, a little under $80,000 a year. Right there, just ahead of that, Brady Trucking, $79,906, about $300 a year more than Western Express. ATS Trucking at number 7, $80,000 annual salary, $38.46 per hour. Number 6, Grand Island Express, $83,000 annual salary, $39.91 an hour. Into the top 5, Mercer Transportation, $83,740 annual, $40.26 an hour. Epps Transport, $83,921 annually, $40.35 an hour. GP Transco is number 3, $84,000 annual salary, $40.38 an hour. At number 2, Walmart, $86,000 annual salary, $41.35 per hour. And number 1, Cisco, $87,204 annually, $41.93 per hour. Now, truckdriversalary.com says that median annual driver pay in 2020 was $59,158. Now, that's based on over 6.5 million salaries submitted from truckers online and via job boards, they say. Interesting numbers, but Cisco topping the list. And I've always heard Walmart is one of the better paying trucking occupations out there. Pay their drivers well. Maybe that kind of explains why the turnover rate for Walmart drivers is very, very low, to my understanding. All right, we'll get a news break just ahead here. And, of course, lines available at 844-844-3388. One of the other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here, tackling the truck parking crisis and maintaining an equitable funding source for the Highway Trust Fund. Those are some of the top priorities for the next highway bill reauthorization for OOIDA. This past day, they sent a letter to the ranking members of the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, kind of outlining the issues that matter the most to professional drivers. The current surface reauthorization bill is slated to expire in September. So we'll break down what does OOIDA have to say about truck parking. Truck size and weight was another issue. Then, of course, funding for the Highway Trust Fund. Much more to come as we make our way into a Wednesday hump day. Again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A new study from the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases showed evidence that the COVID vaccines will provide protection against the new variants of the virus. The study found that patients who had recovered after being infected by variants from the UK, South Africa, and Brazil all retained their immune response to the virus. The report stressed that a larger study was needed, as only 30 patients were examined, but said that the data would be valuable towards seeing whether booster shots will need to be developed. And new satellite images show North Korea may be taking steps to produce more nuclear weapons. The images released Tuesday show plumes of smoke emerging from buildings at the Yongbyon Nuclear Research Facility. NBC reporting that experts believe the images show North Korean efforts to restart processing plutonium for weapons at the site. The activity comes after a pair of missile tests from the North Korean regime, a likely challenge to President Biden's new administration. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. Call 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. That's 800-451-9542. Paid for by U.S. Med.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, my turn again. Here we go. Pretty much what Tina had mentioned there on 75 North Ohio at the Monroe Rest area. Scooter said, looks like a big rig smashed into the rear of another rig that was parked on the shoulder there. Emergency crews are on the scene. All right, so a little better understanding. So appears just the 2 trucks involved there. Thank you for the heads up there, Scooter. Then Gilligan sent me an email. He said, I meant to bring this up on the air when I was talking with you there, but as you know, I kind of struggle with what I try to say, and I'm getting a little old, so I forgot to mention it. And what that is out of the New York City. Here we go. The city of New York moved to end what is called qualified immunity. The first city in the country to do so. Qualified immunity is the practice of not being able to file a civil lawsuit against a government official performing his or her official duties unless they clearly established statutory or constitutional rights of which a reasonable person would have known. In New York, the city council voted to end the practice for New York City Police Department officers. The NYPD is the largest police force in the United States, some 36,000 officers. That move just days ahead of the start of Derek Chauvin's murder trial for the killing of George Floyd. Of course, that sparked international protest, the debate about police reform across the country last summer. Mayor de Blasio stressed the bill will not have officers personally responsible. It makes it easier if someone has a concern to bring a legal action, but it does not put the individual financial penalty on the officer, he says. It puts it on the department and the city. And that's what I was comfortable with, he said. City council speaker lauding the move, saying the practice of qualified immunity was pretty much rooted in the nation's systemic racism. Going back to 1967, qualified immunity was established in Mississippi to prevent freedom riders from holding public officials liable even when they broke the law. Qualified immunity denied freedom riders justice. It's been used to deny justice to victims of police abuse for decades, he says. It should never have been allowed. But I'm proud that we took action today to end it here in New York City. Again, that's the city council speaker, Corey Johnson. Police union officials are speaking out against the law, which the mayor signaled he intended to sign. Qualified immunity is an essential part of the law enforcement profession. While it shields officers from erroneous and professionally damaging lawsuits is it does not ease responsibility. At any point in time, an agency determines the office was acting out of policy or unlawfully, qualified immunity could be removed and them exposed to full liability. He explains the public confuses lawful actions by law enforcement versus public perception. What is lawful may not be clear in the public's view. This is why an investigation is paramount to document the lawfulness of an officer's actions. He's the executive director of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association. Okay, so I don't know, as far as law enforcement is concerned, do you say that's kind of where it begins? Is that what it comes down to? All right, then one other tidbit here. Philip mentioned the story out of Sanford, Florida. Yes, here's the scoop. A 37-year-old man arrested in connection with 2 fatal hit-and-run crashes near the same intersection. Police say Michael John Kraft was arrested on 2 counts of leaving the scene of a crash with fatal injuries, 2 counts of hit-and-run failure to remain at a crash, 2 counts of vehicular homicide, 1 count of refusal to submit to DUI test after license is suspended. According to police, he was driving his 4-door Jaguar, State Route 46 near Summerline Avenue, when he struck a motorcyclist who was traveling east in the lane next to him. Kraft did not stop. He continued on east before making a U-turn and heading back west. Kraft drove over a median across the eastbound lanes, striking the motorcyclist again, as well as a Good Samaritan who had stopped to help the biker. The arrest report identified the cyclist as Vincent Russo. The Good Samaritan was Jenica Campbell. Witnesses told police Kraft sped down and attempted to hit a group of people, striking Campbell and the crash victim. There's a number of statements that he's made that's going to all be part of the judicial process in figuring out what the motive was. Right now, they do say we know the motorcyclist and the Good Samaritan are completely unknown to this guy. There's no prior motivation there. But several witnesses called 911 when the cyclist was initially hit. One caller says he's bleeding from the head really bad. Another caller told dispatch he didn't even stop for the motorcycle guy. Kraft then drove through a fence and onto a service road for the Sanford Orlando International Airport, where he crashed into a ditch. He was taken into custody there. Now, we have 2 people that have lost their life tragically, that had Kraft pulled his vehicle over immediately and called 911. Both of those individuals very well could be alive today. Apparently, the girl, Campbell, was well known in the community. The young lady attends one of our churches. She's been a pillar of the society, assisted in our organization as a partner with getting into the community, giving back to the community. Really sad to see that someone who stopped to help someone lost their life. So Kraft appeared to be under the influence of something, according to the arrest report. Mumbled speech, bloodshot eyes, body tremors, constant body movements when he was talking to investigators. According to Kraft told officers he was being chased by another vehicle and was trying to get to Orange City. Said he was being chased from Jacksonville, but couldn't recall by what kind of vehicle. All right, let's see. A Central Florida Regional Hospital did a urine test. They found he was under the influence of a CNS stimulant and a co-occurring mental illness. CNS, that's a central nervous system stimulant Used to treat ADHD, narcolepsy, excessive sleepiness. CNS stimulants also include drugs that are not to treat a medical condition, including cocaine and ecstasy or MDMA. So they were kind of asking anybody that might have any dash cam video to come forward and present that to them. So what a sad scenario. Bizarre scenario. Hit somebody on their bike, but then the more bizarre, doing a U-turn, coming back, and I'm going to hit him again. Okay. About 14 before the hour. Okay, we've got available lines at 844-844-3388. What's going on with Chevy Guy? Yes, sir.
And we should ban all assault Jaguars.
Yes.
There you go. And I thought it was interesting when you talked about New Jersey going after people talking. Well, does that mean that I've got earbuds in and somebody calls and I, reach up and hit the little switch on my earbuds and I'm talking to my, are they going to stop people from talking on their hands free?
That's bizarre. Yes.
Yeah. And as you were talking about that, the city of Charleston police car goes by. He's got his cell phone out and scrolling through his cell phone when he went past me. And I've seen them time and time again, but not only that, they'll have their computer flipped up, and at night, their whole computer screens, there's this blue glow throughout the cabin of the cruiser as they go blow past you going down through the night, But what I called about, and thank you for letting me back in, I thought it would come up. Before I went to bed last night, my wife was scrolling through the TV, come across DW, and it was the headline, and they were talking about, it was German cities are suspending the COVID vaccine. And of course, she wasn't interested in sitting there and looking at it, but I thought you might want to look that up, what that's all about.
Okay.
But the little bit that I did get, it was affecting the younger people. Something was affecting the younger people that were getting the vaccine. And I guarantee you, if the vaccine turns out and goes bad, you're not going to hear, well, Biden pushed this stuff on us. It's going to be now it's going to be called the Trump vaccine. Sickens a whole bunch of people. So, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. That's something I forgot to bring up, but I thought it would come up because it's such a odd story. So, other than that, what a great show tonight. Over.
Hey, thank you, Chevy Guy. Over. All right, we got about 11 before the hour. So, tell you what, we'll do a quick phone reset here before the phones decide to kill the calls. We've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Simple as that. Take me about 60 seconds, and we'll be back up and running here with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There you go, just like that. Back at it. That'll take us up to news update, top of the hour, about 10 minutes away. And again, wide open lines here. You can dial us up at 844-844-3388. couple of wildfires in the Black Hills of South Dakota forcing the evacuation of more than 400 homes northwest of Rapid City. And, of course, as we've been hearing, shutting down Mount Rushmore. This one's been dubbed the Schroeder Fire, burning west of Rapid City. Yeah, 400 to 500 residents forced to evacuate their homes, according to the Rapid City Journal. Officials say the wind-driven blaze actually started Monday morning. Thus far has destroyed at least 2 homes and several outbuildings. As firefighters battled the Schroeder Fire, the Keystone Fire was reported 1.5 miles southwest of Keystone, being fueled by the same winds that helped ignite the Schroeder Fire. And that's the one that's charred at least 75 acres, forcing the closure of Mount Rushmore National Memorial, which is about 23 miles away. Fire does not pose a threat to Mount Rushmore. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, who traveled to Rapid City to check on the efforts fighting the blaze, said the Schroeder Fire started on private property, that there have been losses, and this is tragic. Officials are still trying to investigate the cause of both fires. The Schroeder Fire, 0% contained. The Sheriff's Department calling it a very active, dangerous scene. Powerful sustained winds ranged from around 50 to as much as 70 miles per hour. Gusts reported up to 81 in the Rapid City area there on Monday. Of course, the National Weather Service said winds will be dying down to about 10 to 15 miles per hour in the Black Hills today. That's for areas further to the east, as we're hearing in South Dakota. They're still forecasting 55 mile per hour wind gusts again today. But the humidity's going to stay low, and we're going to stay dry. The only good news, the winds will gradually begin to diminish there. Maybe they'll get a handle on that later on today. On to other border crisis issues here at 7 before the hour. As the numbers continue to grow, some 30,000 who have illegally crossed the southern border and taken into custody have been released into the heart of the country since January, as those facilities to house them are at overcapacity. An interview with the Washington Examiner, they spoke with Mark Morgan, an ex-Trump administration official. He was the acting commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. He said this alarming number came directly from the Border Patrol. He didn't elaborate, that number of 30,000. Now, these releases bypassed the transfer to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, where families can be held for up to 20 days. You're not going to find that anywhere. You're going to not find it in it because they're locked down. They're locking down the information. I guess yesterday they had kind of a roundtable discussion with lawmakers, ranchers, medical officials, other business leaders in the Rio Grande Valley area there in southern Texas, citing an unnamed Border Patrol official. It says on any given day, we have upwards of 9,000 people in custody. It's a lot of people. Yes, that certainly puts a strain on the resources. You had Texas Representative Henry Culler, the Democrat from Texas, on Face the Nation over the weekend, said that he learned of at least 2,000 in southern Texas released by the Border Patrol without even being given the notice to appear in court. That's crazy. Then, of course, you had the video released by Ted Cruz this past day or the day before, as he had entered one of those holding facilities. Had this woman working there that got right up in his face, blocking his camera view. And she just kept shouting over and over, "Let these people have their dignity. Let these people have their dignity." What is the dignity of hundreds of people, all lying, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow on the floor. Because that's what you could see in the background as Ted tried to move the camera back and forth to get a view of what was taking place there. They've got facilities where, I think there's one where there are, is it 2,000 or 4,000 in a facility designed to handle 250 people. Yes, but it's all Trump's fault, right? It's Trump's fault. These people were all stacking up, lining up, getting ready to enter the United States when Donald Trump was in office, which is a damn outright lie. And we know that's a lie. If you'll get a look at the Spanish language media in Mexico, Univision is one of those. This past day, they actually interviewed a couple of coyotes, the human traffickers, as they're known, down at the border. And they came right out and said, this migrant rush is due to the benefits granted by President Biden. The question that was, again, these are coyotes. They had their faces covered in masks or whatever. Is business booming right now? Does it pay well? Coyote number one said, it does, given the situation with the people. Univision says, at least that's what these two young men say, having built a highly profitable business by helping Central American families seeking asylum to cross into the United States. The coyote says, we just come here to earn our daily bread like everybody else does. Both the young men claim to be 22 years old. They agreed to speak to us without even concealing their identities on the edge of the Rio Grande, on the American side. Coyote number two says, in all honesty, there are way too many people, believe me, with the benefits your new president is now granting. The people found the courage to come. This isn't new. Recall, it was back in May that Telemundo reported that COVID kind of crashed the human trafficking business. Kind of an embarrassing spotlight on an optimistic coyote. Now, this is going back to the Telemundo interview in May. The coyote says, it's down. Business is down because of the coronavirus. It's crashing. Because not everyone's willing to take the risk coming to a country where the epidemic is. The entire economy crashed, both for us and for our people. In fact, we have lists with hundreds of clients that are waiting for this to settle down so we can begin to cross them over. The wait is temporary, he said. Just give us the green light and we will move forward. Oh boy. I guess the election of Joe Biden was the big flashing green light. Go, go, go. Hammer down. Now it's worth asking, what purpose was served by giving airtime to the temporarily unemployed coyote back in May? Was it to position him for a stimulus check in the next COVID relief bill? Maybe a PPP loan? Pay attention to the coyote's optimistic forecast of what he called a V-shaped recovery, boasting of his big client list and increased fees that were going to be coming down. What it was a little more than a narrative that it kind of frames the reduction in crossings and arrest along the southern border due to the COVID. That, of course, meant less viewers for the Spanish language television where immigration reigns supreme. All right, here we go again. As the border explodes, the network once again will turn their gaze to the plight of the brave, misunderstood human trafficker, the coyote. The coyote may have been right, though. The promise of a benefit For the migrants appears to be enough of the green light, where many, many more are coming. It's the benefits. I saw one that was being interviewed there that said Biden invited us in. He's invited us, and they're coming. All right, final hour just ahead. Plenty of lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A new study from the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases showed evidence that the COVID vaccines will provide protection against the new variants of the virus. The study found that patients who had recovered after being infected by variants from the UK, South Africa, and Brazil all retained their immune response to the virus. The report stressed that a larger study was needed, as only 30 patients were examined, but said that the data would be valuable towards seeing whether booster shots will need to be developed. And new satellite images show North Korea may be taking steps to produce more nuclear weapons. The images released Tuesday show plumes of smoke emerging from buildings at the Yongbyon Nuclear Research Facility. NBC reporting that experts believe the images show North Korean efforts to restart processing plutonium for weapons at the site. The activity comes after a pair of missile tests from the North Korean regime, a likely challenge to President Biden's new administration. This is USA Radio News.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it too. Right now, Medishare is waiving their new member fees. This could save you money on top of all that you'll save each month by becoming a member of Medishare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, seeing the cost of COBRA plans, for instance, and Medishare is the affordable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves $500 a month. You might save even more. Medishare is a Christian community that shares each other's healthcare costs, and because of the current economic situation, they're making it easier than ever. Apply by March 31st. You can save an additional $170 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Just tell them the promo code SHARE to receive your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch like more than 400,000 people already have and start saving. Here it is. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
President Biden has tapped Vice President Kamala Harris to lead diplomatic efforts to deal with the immigration crisis on the border. But some Republicans have questioned whether or not she's the right person to handle the issue. Wyoming Senator John Barrasso tells Fox News that her support for amnesty makes her the wrong person to put in charge of immigration.
She's not going to get into this in any way, and if she were, she's the wrong person because she's for amnesty for illegal immigrants. She is somebody who has fought with the ICE agents and always taken the side of the illegal immigrants. She's someone, while running for president, said illegal immigrants ought to receive free, taxpayer-paid for health insurance. If we want to follow and solve this problem, we need to do what the border agents told us when we were there last week visiting with them, and that's reinstitute the Remain in Mexico policy that worked under the Trump administration, and President Biden eliminated it on day number 1.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
The U.S. State Department has released the 2020 Human Rights Report. John Clemens has the story from the USA Radio News Texas Bureau.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken issued the report saying the trend lines on human rights are not improving.
The trend lines on human rights continue to move in the wrong direction. We see evidence that in every region of the world, this is happening.
Secretary Blinken said the events since the military coup occurred in Burma. After this year's report was finished, we must highlight them.
Nonviolent protesters in Burma have been killed, beaten, imprisoned, including on Saturday, when more than 100 people were reportedly killed by the military. Many of those killed were protesting on Armed Forces Day. Others simply bystanders. The military said in advance that they might shoot protesters in the back or the head, and they've made good on that threat.
And the Final Four is set for the NCAA tournament. Gonzaga is headed back to the Final Four for the second time in school history. The Bulldogs moved to 30-0 on the season, dominating USC 85-66 in Tuesday's West Regional Final. Gonzaga will be the third team since 1985 to take an undefeated record into the Final Four, with the last team to win it all with a perfect season being the 1976 Indiana Hoosiers. And UCLA will go from the first four to the Final Four. The Bruins defeated Michigan 51-49 in the East Regional Final. With the win, they become just the second double-digit seed to knock off a 1 seed and a 2 seed en route to the Final Four. LSU also accomplished the feat in 1986. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Nar-
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Final hour underway here on a Wednesday. That's right, Hump Day as we call it. Coming on. And we're going to be wrapping up the month of March, 31st day of March. All right, looking at a story here from Mercola. Very interesting. That's some of the highlights of the story. Talking about the COVID vaccine. And it's what they call an mRNA technology that from the beginning is recognized as a form of gene therapy, but one that does not supposedly permanently alter your DNA. However, some medical experts worry that mRNA injections might be able to reverse transcribe into your genome and in fact alter your DNA on a more permanent basis. Now, this is the highlights of the story. A study by MIT and Harvard scientists demonstrates that segments of RNA from the SARS-CoV-2, that's the COVID-19, are reverse transcribing into the human genome, likely becoming a permanent fixture in human DNA. This has been thought impossible for the same reasons used to assure us that vaccine RNA cannot alter DNA. In 2017, TED Talk, Dr. Tal Zaks, Chief Medical Officer at Moderna, describes the company's mRNA vaccines as information technology and likens mRNA to your body's operating system. As such, mRNA injections are human, quote, software updates, thereby ushering in transhumanism. Our Peruvian research professor warns that transhumanism is part and parcel of the Great Reset and the Fourth Industrial Revolution agendas, which are being rolled out at a furious pace under the auspices of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, they've had a number of articles on this. Despite being a recognized form of gene therapy since the beginning, vaccine makers are now frantically trying to deny that this mRNA technology is gene therapy. One reason for this, suggested by Dr. David Martin, might be because as long as they're considered vaccines, they will be shielded from liability. See, experimental gene therapies do not have financial liability shielding from the government, but pandemic vaccines do, even in the experimental stage, as long as the emergency use authorization is in effect. And that's what these are right now. They are just emergency use authorization. Another reason might be because they fear people will not line up for experimental gene therapy. It's a very different connotation in people's mind, but of course it should be. A third possibility is they know full well that you cannot ethically mandate gene therapy in the way you can mandate a vaccine. Mandatory public health measure directives are typically based on the idea that it's acceptable for some individuals to be harmed as long as the measure benefits the collective, the masses. Well, the COVID vaccines are only designed to lessen symptoms of COVID. They do not prevent infection or spread, and since the vaccinated individual is the only one receiving a potential benefit, the greater good argument kind of falls apart. Who knows? There may be other factors at play that we haven't even realized as of yet. Whatever the reason, they really do not want you to think of these injections as gene therapy. They want you to accept them as any other conventional vaccine. They go much more into it under the heading mRNA-based medicines designed to not irreversibly alter DNA. Try as they might, they cannot get rid of mRNA's gene therapy label. For starters, Moderna describes their product as, quote, gene therapy technology in their SEC filings. On page 70 of their SEC filing, they also provide the following specifics. Quote, currently, mRNA is considered a gene therapy product by the FDA. Unlike certain gene therapies that irreversibly alter cell DNA and could act as a source of side effects, mRNA-based medicines are designed to not irreversibly change cell DNA. However, side effects observed in gene therapy could negatively impact the perception of mRNA medicines, despite the difference in the mechanism. In other words, it's a form of gene therapy, one that does not enter and permanently alter your actual DNA. Instead, it stays in the cellular fluid where ribosomes read the code and create the protein per the mRNA coding. Medical discussion stuff, right? Kind of sounds Greek, right? The difference between vaccine mRNA and your natural mRNA is that your natural resides in the nucleus of the cell where your cellular DNA resides. It can be likened to a reverse photocopy of your DNA. And it exits the nucleus when a protein needs to be made. That is in stark contrast to mRNA form vaccines, which is synthetic. It enters the cell from the outside. It is not designed to enter the nucleus. Additionally, your own mRNA is rapidly degraded by enzymes, but the one from the vaccine is protected in a liposome that will protect it from degradation and keep on producing spike proteins. How long? No one knows because it's never been tested. And there is more to the story, but the vaccine makers don't like, they fear the negative perception of gene therapy. All right, just thought I'd share that with you. We're in uncharted territory. They actually go into how the mRNA vaccines work and describing the whole transhumanism thing. Does it sound like a big conspiracy theory? To some, yes, it does. I bet if I tried to link that to Facebook, I bet it would be removed because it's kind of negative toward the vaccines. Anything negative posted about them pretty much gets scrapped in short order. Well, with that, we get back to your calls. What do you say this morning, Cue Ball? How you been?
Oh, good morning, Steve. So far, so good. Steve, I was listening to Hannity yesterday. It was yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. Anyway, I was listening to the audio and on his show, not the TV program, and he had two different virologists on his radio program talking about the vaccine. And they were talking about the whole idea of these vaccine passports, this, that, and the other. You might be starting to uncover why they're really pushing it to where it's like you're not going to be able to fly on an airplane or go to a concert unless you prove you had this vaccine. But what these doctors were saying was somebody like myself personally who had COVID and survived, because for a 43-year-old man, it really isn't a big deal. It's actually negative. Is it a bad thing? It is a bad thing for somebody like me to get that vaccine because it has a potential of doing more harm than good, because the best immunity is to have the natural, original strain of this virus. Fauci's all running around worrying about variants. But the OG one, the original one, is the worst one you can have, and that's what I had and survived. So why in the hell would I take a vaccine? At this point, according to these two that Hannity had on, I'd be worse off with a vaccine than with one, because I already had it. They did also say if you did not have it, then you should, in their opinion, get the vaccine. My stance on it has been, since we started actually learning about it and who it was actually affecting, if you're young enough and reasonably healthy enough, I'd rather take the chances with the actual virus than anything that some experimental vaccine might do to me. Now, if you're my parents, and I recommend my parents, which they have not yet, in their 70s, get the vaccine, because I don't think they'd be alive long enough for any negative effects to actually happen to them.
Right.
You know, you're talking about this gene therapy. You know what I mean? When you're 74 years old pulling on an oxygen machine, how many years realistically do you have left? Where if, like, you talk about my father, for example, if he gets just COVID, he's done, and he knows it, but he's worried about getting sick from the vaccine. So he's nervous about taking it because someone's got to be around to take care of my mother, who vice versa, the same thing. If my mom gets sick, who's going to help take care of my dad? They still live alone in the same house. Hence, the typical family problems with elderly parents. So why in the world are they not offering people like me the opportunity to be tested for the T-cell antibodies? To be able to say, okay, I can run around in public just to see if in fact safer than somebody with a vaccine who never had this thing. But they're not offering that, are they?
Right. Yeah, I heard, I think I read several stories alluding to people like yourself. They say if you've had the COVID and you're going to get a vaccine, like the Pfizer or the Moderna, the 2-shot deal, that all you need to do is get one. You don't need the second one. Just get the one vaccine. One shot, because you've already had it.
Well, then I get it where there might be boosters in the future or something like that, but I don't know. Like I said, I had it. I had this thing already. I didn't even really. The way I found out what it was when we had it was because, like, again, and I said this many times to people. When I get sick, I usually have a hard time tasting food anyways. It doesn't matter if it's regular damn cold. That's been that way all my life. So when I had it and had the tasteless problem, I'm like, all right, well, it's kind of normal for me. But that's not normal for Jen. Jen had the exact same thing happen to her within days of me coming down with it. Meanwhile, my son Matthew, he didn't even know he had it. He didn't even get the sniffles from this thing. But that's how it all happened. Was we Matthew went and had his he gave blood at the school, and they tested blood. Well, then after Matthew came out, and when they tested his blood, he says, "Hey, you've got the antibodies." Because at that time they were scrambling trying to find people with the plasma, and they said, "Hey, you got the antibodies. You already had this thing." So me and Jen put two and two together and said, "Hey, what's the deal with this?" So we turned around and had blood tests done and said, "Hey, son of a gun, we've had it too." Okay, I can tell you when. It was August. Because I remember I couldn't work. I was trying to get my boat ready. And put an exhaust system on a boat when you're sick with the COVID, that's not the easiest thing on the planet Earth. But that's when it was. It was in August. And I remember it well. So I don't know what they think I'm going to do, but I have no plans on taking a vaccine when I already had the raw deal. So you push this all they want, but I just don't see it. Steve, I called about this whole Matt Gaetz thing. Did you hear or was able to make any sense of that interview he did with Tucker about this whole issue that they're dredging up on him?
And who did you say?
Matt Gaetz.
Ah, yes.
Apparently, New York.
I saw the story, yes.
Did you see the interview with Tucker? Because Matt Gaetz explained the whole thing, and it was really hard to follow, but it sounds to me that they're trying to, I guess we'll see what the future holds here, but it sounds to me like the FBI was going after somebody trying to extort money from the family, and it turned out the extortionist was somebody in the DOJ or something, I think it's what he said.
Correct.
So then they released the information and stopped the wire transfer of a negotiated $4 million to follow the money and put the money in his pocket in jail, so to speak. But when the FBI found out it was somebody in the DOJ, they leaked it. That's this way Matt Gaetz looks bad, and the FBI looks good, just like they did General Flynn. How's about that for federal law enforcement?
The headline I saw said they tried to extort like $25 million out of him.
That's what he said. To try to pull it through his father. And if they said if they don't pay off, they were going to make false accusations that he was paying airfare and hotels for some 17-year-old girl for him to do things with.
Mm-hmm.
So they negotiated $4 million, didn't go through because the FBI found out the guy doing it was in the DOJ. And rather than make themselves look bad, they just let the newspaper run with their BS story, like the threat originally was. And Gaetz had said on Tucker, he says, release the tapes. Release the tapes that show this whole thing was a sting operation, and you guys know exactly who it is. Now, Gaetz named a name on Tucker Carlson. He gave him a name and his position. Now, I only heard it, and of course, I was driving at the time. I didn't write it all down, but it sounds to me like they figured out how to use federal law enforcement to try to go after falsely somebody who's very effective in a America First agenda. Sounds very similar to General Flynn. They're doing it yet again, and they know they'll get away with it. Just like they got away with it the last time. I don't know if you were reading up on that at all regarding the Tucker Carlson thing, because that literally supposedly broke right before Tucker went on air, so he didn't really even have a chance to do any background on it. I noticed Hannity didn't talk about that at all. Wonder why. Look at that lapel pin he carries. Wonder why. So, and then I guess we'll close it off with this. So apparently, Steve, the state I was born and raised in, the cops are now basically saying they can bust your chops for just about anything in a car. That sounds like what I've been screaming for the last, 43 years of my life.
I'd never seen anything
But now they're
like
admitting
that.
it finally.
Distracted driving, talking to other people in the car. Okay.
Right. Well, not for nothing, but when is this country going to wake up and start realizing that we run around and scream, they're not going to take off freedoms. They're not going to take off freedoms. You name which freedom you want, freedom of assembly, Second Amendment, whatever. Did you see the video of that guy in Portland over this last weekend? Antifa bucked the hell out of his truck and he pulled a gun because he was in the line of fire where they were throwing rocks at his truck and busting the glass out of it. And he pulled a gun. Meanwhile, the cops were watching him break his truck apart into spit. But when he was an old man. When the old man pulled out what looked like a 1911 and racked it, they yanked his ass out and threw his ass in jail. But they'll watch Antifa rioters just, go after him and his truck.
So his trying to protect his life is to protect his life and property. He's the bad guy.
What does it say about the cops that'll do something like that, Steve? Even nearby where I grew up, even near where I grew up, I said it again, damn it. Even nearby where I currently live, not that far from Appleton, Wisconsin. My son, at the time, 16 years old, worked in Appleton, used to drive from there, and he'd go over and get gas at the Quick Trip. And what I've referred to as a mini riot. What happened was these local BLM guys are running around causing some problems at local Republican Party headquarters building that was there in Appleton. And this dude walking home from work wearing a MAGA hat had no idea any of this was going down. Well, they started beating the hell out of this guy, and Appleton PD sent their SWAT man in there to go get him. Notice they didn't arrest anybody that was beating this guy down. They dragged the guy that they were beating down out of there. Now, luckily for him, they didn't charge him with some kind of crime to pay for, to thank him for his services of walking down the street, coming home from work like a good American. But the point is, the police officers saw them beat the hell out of this guy, didn't arrest a single one of them for any of that assault, and dragged the guy that they beat down out of there and did nothing about it. Now, out there in Portland, I guess it was with this old man, they actually put charges on him. But the people that beat him up, threw rocks at his truck and peeing on his truck and all of that, they let that crap ride. So when people start screaming, they're not going to take away our freedoms, they're not going to take away our freedoms. Well, remember who they are. They do not fly the red, white, and blue flag on their cars, do they? They have a black, white, and blue. Notice the blue is the only in color, and the black and white is everything else. With that, I digress. Have a nice night, Steve.
That's called the thin blue line. That's what they refer to that as, the thin blue line. Going back to Representative Getz, though, 38-year-old Getz, he's one of the rising stars in the Republican Party, the conservative Republican side. He said the specifics of these allegations aren't really clear. He's been told very little. But the New York Times reported late this past afternoon that the Justice Department is investigating Getz over whether he had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old and paid for her travel with him. Now, that's the accusation. That was a story leaked to the New York Times. They love to publish leaked stories, right? Gates says the allegations of sexual misconduct against me are false. They are rooted in an extortion effort against my family for $25 million in exchange for making this case go away. He then later released a statement this past evening that said he and his family over the past several weeks have been victims of an organized criminal extortion involving a former Department of Justice official seeking $25 million that if we did not give that money, they would smear my name. We've been cooperating with federal authorities in this matter. My father has even been wearing a wire at the FBI's direction to catch these criminals. Whatever it was that the New York Times posted this past evening, the planted leak, he said, was intended to thwart that investigation. No part of the allegations are true, and the people pushing these lies are the targets of the ongoing extortion investigation. I demand the DOJ immediately release the tapes that were made at their direction, which implicate their former colleague in crimes against me based on false allegations. For the record, Getz sent screenshots of text messages, emails, and documents outlining the alleged extortion scheme, which he claimed was being run by a former Department of Justice employee. No comment from the Justice Department. Sounding a bit shaken, he told Axios that for weeks he and his father have been working with the FBI in the Northern District of Florida on this extortion case. His lawyers were informed by the Justice Department that I was not a target, but a subject of an investigation regarding sexual conduct with women. Now, asked what the charges could relate to, he said, well, I have definitely, in my single days, provided for women that I've dated. You know, I've paid for airline flights, for hotel rooms. I've been generous as a partner. I think someone's trying to make that look criminal when it's actually not criminal. But he said, I am absolutely confident none of those women were underage. We'll see where that goes. But right now, a news break. We'll get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States and 14 other countries are criticizing a report from the World Health Organization on the origins of COVID-19. The report, published on Tuesday, was criticized in a joint statement, saying it was delayed and lacked access to original data. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki called the report an incomplete picture of the needed data.
It lacks crucial data, information, it lacks access, it lacks transparency. We don't believe that in our review to date that it meets the moment, it meets the impact that this pandemic has had on the global community.
And G. Gordon Liddy has died. A central figure in the Watergate scandal, Liddy served more than 4 years in prison after being convicted on conspiracy and burglary charges. He later moved into acting and starred in several TV series in the late 80s and 90s. In 1992, he began hosting his own nationally syndicated radio show, retiring from the airwaves in 2012. Liddy was 90. This is USA Radio News.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who will offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who will sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. Again, that's 800-990-3125.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, They also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
All right, thanks so much for being with us here as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Getting to be the early morning hours here in the Eastern Time Zone. Late night hours out west. And of course, if you joined us late, maybe, I think we mentioned in our first hour, yeah, for those who had been waiting for the Overnight Drive Radio app for the iPhone, it has arrived. As of this evening, it's officially up and running. There you go. So we've had the Android app for 2-3 weeks now. iPhone. So if you go to the Apple, what do they call it? The iStore, the Apple Store. And you know where you get your apps. What you would type in is overnightdriveradio.com. And you'll find the app there. It's a free download. So then you can listen to the program on the app with your iPhone. Without having to have the screen on for the video, the YouTube, the Facebook, and all that. And like many drivers have been kind of waiting, anxiously anticipating every night. We've been getting emails and calls and whatnot. When's the iPhone app going to be available? So it has arrived. Check it out. Download that. And there you go. I've seen a number of folks posting that they're listening via the iPhone app and appears to be working just fine this morning. Very good. Robert said, what's the name of the app? Yeah, it's overnightdriveradio.com. Don't forget the .com. I know on the Android, if you type Overnight Drive Radio, I don't think it immediately pops up. You say, I can't find it. So there you go, making progress. And we'll get back to your calls here at 844-3388. Bourbon Street, Gary, what's going on this morning?
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing fine. So I guess you get that early morning start, just starting your day, right?
I started about 2 a.m. I'm on the earlier run now, so I'm home about 12:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, well, good deal. So you're getting to catch most of the show live then?
Yes, sir. I was just calling to say everybody's been talking about the auto industry slowing down. Well, so far, Ford, we're still running. We've been running 6 days a week.
So at least where you
that keeps up.
Haven't slowed things down at your. I didn't realize you were hauling auto parts. How about that?
Yeah, it's a company in Moorhead, Kentucky. They make like the chrome-plated grills and all the chrome-plated and colored plastic parts, and then it ends up over in North Kansas City at the F-150 plant.
Okay.
So, but we haven't slowed down. But one of our drivers that also, because we also haul for Subaru and Honda, they've been shut down. And from what I'm told, it's all because of the computer chips.
Exactly. Yep. It's hitting all the manufacturers in some form.
Right. There was even one, I believe it was Subaru, was down because they couldn't get some kind of epoxy, or the manufacturer that makes their seats couldn't get something to put seats together.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I was told. I guess all because hold up at the ports, I believe.
And that's only going to be getting worse with that whole deal with the Suez Canal and all. I don't know how many. I know they said that a lot of electronic parts and things of that nature out of Asia pass through the Suez Canal. So I bet there's a bunch of that kind of stuff that got held up. It's going to be running. I guess it's just going to exacerbate the ongoing problem already. They've had all kinds of ships stacked up at the ports and anchored offshore waiting to get in because they're so far behind in getting the container ships unloaded. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen that. And one thing about our company, when I'm shut, if Ford shuts down, no, we don't draw unemployment, but it's in the contract where they pay basically 75% of your salary. So it's not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, everything's going good.
All right. Well, good to hear from you this morning, Gary. Thanks for checking in.
All right. You have a good day, Steve. We'll talk to you again.
You got it. Be safe out there. Yeah, what the hell did I do? Where did my screen go? It's got to be here somewhere. By the way, it's 844-844-3388. Hey, there she is. I knew it was there somewhere. But if I could just get it back up on the monitor before me. Where did I find that? Let me see here. I think I might have lost it. You got to watch your kids. It's a sad story to where a 12-year-old is dead. And it's the latest in these, what they call the TikTok challenge. I'm not real familiar with all that kind of stuff, but I know there have been other challenges in the past, and they do some of the stupidest things. This latest one, a 12-year-old from Aurora, Colorado, found unresponsive in his bathroom by his twin brother on March the 22nd after participating in what is the TikTok blackout challenge that encourages people to choke themselves until they lose consciousness. That sounds smart. According to reports, Joshua was found with a shoelace next to him. Doctors have since declared he is brain dead. Can you imagine? In an interview with Fox 19, Joshua's father said after the doctors told him that his son isn't going to make it, it's heartbreaking to see him lying on the bed. I was begging them on the floor, pleading to see if they can give me some time. Don't give up on him. A family friend said, I cannot even describe the grief and the devastation. No one could ever imagine this can happen to a 12-year-old boy. This crazy blackout challenge comes after several other challenges from the social media platform. There was one called the Skull Breaker Challenge. I guess that's supposed to be self-explanatory. What the hell? Remember the Tide Pod Challenge? Everyone remembers that. Which it wasn't just ignorant 12-year-olds. I mean, there were some adults participating in that ignorant challenge, the Tide Pod Challenge. Then there was the Benadryl Challenge, encouraging teens to take a large dose of Benadryl in one sitting, which can be deadly, by the way. Either way, Joshua's father is issuing a warning about the dangers of social media for kids these days. Something that kids need to be taught about, to be counseled. I mean, it's a serious, serious thing. Yeah, we all know our kids spend an unbelievable amount of time with their smartphones, their tablets, whatever it's going to be, watching, whether it's YouTube videos or TikTok or all the other different platforms, but how sad that is. All right, I'll get back to the calls. I got my screen back, by the way. I found it. First, I wanted to mention we were talking about the chip shortage thing. And it appears to just be getting worse and worse. And click over to my email from the Fox affiliate out of Detroit this past day, or maybe a couple of days ago, where it says the automakers are being, just see, what's the latest? Auto industry experts keeping a close eye on the global microchip shortage. It is disrupting vehicle production all over. Former Fiat Chrysler announced on Friday that their minivan plant in Windsor is going to be shuttered for a month, they say. GM has a temporary closure in Lansing and several others across the country. Ford is halting production at their Dearborn truck plant this weekend. It's the computer chip shortage. WWJ automotive reporter Jeff Gilbert says pausing the truck production could actually spell big trouble. We're now reaching a point that you're starting to see pickup truck production affected. That's when you start worrying about things because pickup trucks are where the profits are. These microchips, or what they call semiconductors, it's the brains of all the new cars. Some cars have as many as 12 microchips in each vehicle. So the 2020 shutdown, the curb of the spread of the COVID, led to the manufacturers trying to play catch up. Ford, for example, said they'll probably take a hit of like $2.5 billion in their revenue. Other car makers making similar projections. Now they're facing another setback. It was the largest cargo vessels in the world were stuck for 4 days in the Suez Canal. And that answers the question, blocking critical shipments of microchips. You couple that with a massive fire in Japan at a chip plant, things aren't looking too good. The fire in Asia is a big deal. Apparently, it's a plant that supplies mostly other plants in Asia. But again, anytime anything's removed from the supply chain, it's going to have an overall impact, according to Gilbert. That doesn't make manufacturers have stopped producing cars. They're still building them, but without the chips. And they're storing the vehicles, waiting for the chips to be installed. There is a bit of good news for the companies. The car buying market is feverish. Record sales last quarter. They're now taking pre-orders, allowing plants to continue operating. One thing you may notice is a lot of car companies traditionally shut plants down in the summer. They'll probably keep pumping out over the summer because they're going to be trying to make up for their lost production. All right. It was originally thought the shortage would last until June. Now it looks like it's probably going to be sometime the second half of the year before they ever catch up. All right. Good morning there, Knuckle Buster. What kind of baloney you got this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. You know, there's no cure for stupidity. Some people just do crazy stuff. Here, hold my beer while I do something crazy. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You say Ford was shutting down? I'd prove it right then that Ford backwards his driver returned on foot, right?
I've heard that, yes.
Yeah, I know that's right. You say this is hump day? What are we supposed to be humping? Oh, don't answer that. Middle of the week. I'm sorry. I'm that mad scientist, Steve. I'm coming after your DNA, brother. Run, hide. We're gonna make a Hollywood movie out of this thing, here, right? And I got one thing. I got some advice for you. Watch out for them women, buddy. They will come back to haunt you.
Yeah.
I guarantee you'll be paying for your sin.
Yeah.
Shoot, Man blamed the woman back in the Garden of Eden. It was actually the man's fault. He blamed God. So they've been, which the woman I'm not accused of the serpent. But anyway, it's all just one blame game. That's all it is there. And I want to thank Bill Gaither for that great song, Because He Lives, I Can Face Tomorrow. And that's all of my baloney for today, Mr. Steve Sommers. Wind that truck driving radio up. Let's take it to the house, get a bottle of aspirin and a skull buster beer. Have a great day, son.
You do the same. Have a great morning there, Knuckle Buster. Flip back over to my email bag. By the way, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Morning, Steve Sommers. Happy Wednesday. Coffee's on. I was listening in earlier, and all the manufacturers having plants shut down due to the chip shortage. Well, there you go. GM is keeping their pickup truck plants open. A.k.a. the Fort Wayne plant is one of them. Thank goodness, because that's who he's hauling to. I'm ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. 268 days till Christmas. All right. So at least Truck and Phil keeps rolling for the time being, correct? And I got an email a little bit ago from Wheelchair Dave, just saying thanks for all you do. Going back to last Thursday morning when you were on that tornado while you were live on the air, maybe right before you came on. That tornado was an EF4 tornado. And I'm sorry your Flintstone trip turned out so bad. No, the trip was the destination was a good destination, had good time, got to celebrate Mama's birthday. It's just that damn car that was the bad part of the trip. All right, thank you so much, Wheelchair Dave. And he said hello to the blind man and hello to Baby Bear. They're in the state of Georgia. Now, it says on my screen, Horace Mothers.
Horace Mothers, huh? Okay.
Horace Mothers.
It's always interesting. Anyways, so you talk about the automotive industry being shut down because of the chips. Well, what about the Class 8 truck industry? What about, Peterbilt, Kenworth, Mack, Volvo? Any word out of them shutting down production?
Good question. It's just the automobile plants. I haven't heard anything about truck production being impacted at this point.
Yeah, because as you know, if we were talking here the last couple of nights, there's a lot of them chips and microcompressors and all kinds of other things down in these trucks now that without them they don't go nowhere. So, and they're the ones that cause all the high dollar repairs and tow jobs and all that when they're not working. So, but anyways, hey, to get back to this illegal immigration deal here with all the illegal aliens and all that, how many of them are there left to actually come? Is there still, that many left down in Honduras and Guatemala to come, or have most of them gotten here yet?
Yeah, we shared the numbers here about some point last week. They had done a survey. Now, I can't remember all the numbers off the top of my head. There's a total of 47 million people around the world that want to move to another country. I forget how many millions of them from Central and South America. And of that, the overall number, the majority wanted to come to the United States. If memory serves, it's somewhere akin to 8 or 10 million more that want to come. It may have been higher.
Okay. All right. And here's one last question. Since we got all this taxes that is going to be on the middle class that, oh, wait a minute, that's not really taxes, but you're going to pay it anyway. And all our businesses and industry is going to leave the country again. Do you think our industry will look at going to Guatemala and down there and maybe set up their plants down there, and then all those illegal aliens won't need to come here because they'll have all our great jobs down there?
Good point. Yeah.
Huh. Didn't know, man. Maybe I don't know we got to see what their tax rate, their corporate tax rate is down there. Maybe they got a better corporate tax rate down there, and they can, all our businesses that go there, quite a few of them went at least to Mexico there with NAFTA. A lot of stuff went to Mexico. So maybe they can keep going south, and then we won't have all that illegal immigration come up here. Of course, there wouldn't be anything here for them to come to anyways.
So we're gonna do a complete reversal once the Democrats totally destroy America. Maybe me and you are going to end up going to Central America to find a better way of life.
Yeah, we're all going to go down there and invade their countries. But do we have to have our vaccine passport with us when we do that?
Right.
Or are they going to let us come in their country without a vaccine passport, or are they going to ID us and make sure we have qualifications and everything to get into their country? Boy. Anyway, so all right. Hey, with that nonsense there, just a couple questions I had. So
all right.
We'll catch you again tomorrow.
Thank you, Horace Mothers. And to answer your question, apparently, although I haven't seen any of it in the industry headlines, yes, the big truck production has been impacted. According to the Wall Street Journal, the global semiconductor crunch is reaching the assembly lines for heavy-duty trucks, just like everyone else. North American production of Class 8 trucks, the biggest freight-carrying vehicles on the highways, has basically been flat since September in a market where more trucks are needed quickly. According to FTR, he said the backlog of orders at the truck manufacturers has grown from 89,300 last June after many had pulled back capacity plans due to the lockdowns from COVID. We are now at a backlog of 205,000 trucks. And that number is from January, the most recent month that numbers are available. Fleet operators ordered 44,000 heavy-duty trucks last month, more than triple the number they ordered in February of 2020. So the backlog is going to keep going up until production is able to do better. But it's the semiconductor shortage, the same like the rest of the industry. We're navigating our way through a number of supply constraints, including semiconductors, due to the ramp up of production around the globe. We have been able thus far to work our way through the issues without stopping production. It's kind of a fluid situation, though. We're continuing to do everything we can to minimize the impact to our customers. Daimler Trucks North America, their brands include Freightliner, said labor and raw material shortages continue to challenge the supply chain, but we've been able to keep full vehicle production moving close to plan. Cummins Incorporated is dealing with longer lead times on many components as well. Absenteeism due to the COVID. The company expects the supply strains to ease in the second half of the year. Really, right now it just feels like a giant game of whack-a-mole. Every day we think of that there's a problem that we've solved, then something else pops up. We've been working like this for the last 12 months, and it's probably going to be another 18 months, and the entire supply chain is just exhausted right now. Well, there you go. Yes, that answers your question there, Horse Feathers. And that wraps things up here on a Wednesday morning. Thank you so much for being with us. And we'll come back at the midnight hour and do it once again. One quick final footnote. Chris Gabrelchik will not be joining us this Friday morning. Good Friday. He will join us the following Friday morning, which will be April the 9th, I believe, on the calendar there. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.